Tuesday, and we've got a very special game here set up for you guys this week. We got a Valentine's Day special, so some cool tag team action going on, some very familiar faces, plenty of action. It's going to be a really fun night, so I hope you guys are looking forward to it as much as I am. I'm Aaron McAvoy, hanging out with me, of course, Eric Van Loosen over in Dallas. What's going on, my friend?
Man, I'm excited for this. Put on some red, man. Put on some red for the night. We got our little shades of red and pink on the table tonight. Looking forward to it. Got some cool tag teams. Got some ladies up here tonight and some couples. So it ought to be a good one.
Heck yeah, it's going to be great. See some Chiefs attire out there as well, of course, celebrating the big win on Sunday. Fantastic game coming all the way down to the wire. That was pretty awesome. Do want to just say to everybody, we are going to be dealing with a little bit of technical difficulties here for the first few minutes. Just about 8, 9, 10 minutes, something like that, until we get that sorted out. So we are just going to have sort of the top-down view here. We'll kind of work our way through it until we get that all sorted out. But happy to have you guys tuned in with us. Let's take a look at the chat and see who's hanging out. We've got, looks like Frank, Tony. We got Fernando, Poker Monkey. What's going on, you guys? Widow as well, RS. What's going on? Raina, of course. Lucas, JTM, Alice. Heck yeah. We got the whole crew up in here. More people going to be trickling in here. But yeah, it is going to be just a reminder here. Going to be a few minutes until we've got the graphics working. So we'll just kind of do our best to pick apart the hands from the top-down view here. And then we'll get going into the meat of the game. Once again, Eric mentioned that we have a tag team sort of format here. And let's just go ahead and pop that up here for you guys. It's the Breaking Hearts Tag Team Poker Cash game here this evening. And the rules of the game are as follows. There's 2 tables right now full of players. And 1 team player, of course, at each table. The team that starts on the stream is going to have half the table swap out for their partner about 45 minutes in. The other half will swap out about an hour and 15 in. Playing 1-3 with straddles. We got the Nit Game active throughout the night with a $25 per player penalty. And the 7 Deuce game also on for $25 per player. So should be pretty exciting. Plenty of action. The blinds are starting out at just 1-3, but we will definitely be seeing plenty of straddles. $1,000 max buy-in, and I believe match the stack after that. So yeah, looking forward to it. Hope you guys are excited. And yeah, should be pretty awesome.
Casey.
Looking here in the chat, mismatched socks. That's a lot of red. You're absolutely right about that. Everybody wearing red or pink this evening. That is the attire, the dress code, if you will. All right, so here we go. First hand of No Limit Texas Hold'em. 1-3, and it looks like a $10 straddle on here from Slick Rick.
I have to do this, right?
Right here.
Okay, yeah, I'll do it.
Vadim there in the Hilfiger shirt there. Great guy. Went on the TCH poker cruise with him last year, and we had a jolly good time. All right, looks like that's going to be a walk on our first hand of the night.
Yeah. Well, we'll go around the table now, Aaron. I'll do the team names, and that way everybody knows who's playing tonight. We got a couple of faces that are familiar, and maybe some that people aren't as familiar with. But in seat 1, that's going to be Benham and Izzy. Izzy's from New Jersey, and he's somebody who's been coming back and forth. But Benham is a regular, and of course Wolfgang Inc. is seat 2. That's going to be Wolfgang and his editor Lucas actually are tag teaming it up.
Okay.
That is one of our floor managers there, Nick, in seat 3. Nick's going to be playing with Kelly, one of our great dealers. We've got Slick Rick in seat 4, and he's going to be with Harvey Castro, a couple of young crushers.
I didn't consent to that.
Carlos and OFC in 5. You just mentioned Vadim and his wife Tanya are in seat 6. Kyle and OFC, or OMC, excuse me, are going to be in seat 7. The lovely PokerFace Ash in seat 8 as she drags a pot as we speak. She's going to be with PokerMomma. And then another power couple. We got Jonathan in seat 9.
About 5,000 Canadians, small town, really funny, if you like Canadian humor.
Very cool. Great lineup here, and yeah, it's going to be fun to see the different outfits as well of the opposing members of the team. See, we got the Letterkenny jersey there in the 5 seat. Love that. All right, $15 straddle on this time, it looks like, or perhaps just an open to 15. Didn't quite see the action, but it's going to be a call.
Got to hang with, sat with Larry.
That's sick. I like the episode. I don't watch many of them, but I saw the one at the Dodgers.
And 3 players to the flop. Wasn't open to 15.
Mm-hmm.
That's my favorite color.
3 players red flop.
It was fun.
Maroonish. I actually don't like this color that I'm wearing, but yeah.
I wanted something more.
The shirt I was gonna wear was maroon. So we would have matched.
Heads up now.
Yeah, check. This is a tiny bit darker.
So what's with you in Iowa State?
I went to Iowa State.
You went to Iowa State?
Graduated from-
Oh my god. Congrats. Betting.
70s the bet.
All right, still 2 players here on the 10.
Not Iowa State, but
Looks like 10 of spades here on the turn. 1 liner, 2 of straight. Vadim puts another bet out there, and he's going to take this one down. No further action.
don't forget, guys, it is a mandatory straddle or something like that.
Yeah.
I don't get to
Oh,
beat on your
anything
wife
from
today.
6 to 15 is that what you
When
said?
you switch the odds, it's me and you were switching.
All right, so we do have mandatory straddle. Unclear if there is a size
Odds and then evens. And
maximum or minimum or whatever, but so far we've had a 10 and a 15 on.
No, yeah.
that's why our partners are in the same seat.
I didn't start the last time.
Dimitri, and anyone else who's tuning in here just a little bit late after we got started, we did have some issues with the graphical interface. Getting that rebooted, of course, we're 15 minutes in the past, so those sort of difficulties get all worked out, but by the time we get caught up sort of in real time with the delayed video feed, we've just got another couple of minutes, I think, of the graphics being down. And there you go. We've got them back up for what I think is just hand number 3. So we missed a few. They won't get counted into the statistics and everything, but I don't think that should mess with too much. All right, perhaps haven't gotten all the kinks worked out, but at least we're getting the graphics up on screen for some of the hands. As the Heartbreakers with pocket 6s going to go ahead and bet this flop. Flopping middle set, but no takers. And that's going to be a ship with no additional money going in the middle. Yeah, hopefully everything's sorted out here momentarily. From what I'm told, they do get it all fixed, and it's just a moment until we get that on screen for you guys.
Depends on how you identify.
So let us know here in the chat, what are you guys up to for Valentine's Day? You got big plans, taking your significant other out for a fancy meal, perhaps just staying in, or, you know, maybe you got some other plans. I don't know. Let me know in the chat.
Something I just have no idea what. Do you have?
Just now noticing Johnny Rodriguez, our dealer, the lovely shirt his wife Kara made for him. He's really repping the Valentine's Day love hard there. So shout out to Johnny in the box there. As we get some hands going now.
Race to 50. Back to Berlin.
Team Love Sucks here with the 6-3-0 on the button. Let's go.
Loving these names so far.
I work for you.
Let's go.
I had a diamond too.
The Bad Beauties
The magnet
here.
on the back, it doesn't. This is a really thick
PokerFace
piece.
Ash. Going to flop top pair, no kicker, but still a pretty good hand. She's going to fire off a bet of 25. Like the down bet here, she can only pretty much get called by or she only wants to get called by worse hands, and
I'm not showing my feet much on this.
she'll scare off pretty much anything with a big bet. Does size up 2/3 on the turn, and that's going to be the end of that.
Won 3 in a
Float
row.
with the 6-3 there, a little bit spicy, but didn't pick up any equity, and he's out of that.
And speaking of the bad beauties, PokerFace Ash and PokerMomma combined on their Hendon mobs $550,000 worth of tournament winnings. Aside from their cash game prowess, the bad beauties are some poker tournament crushers. Glad to have them on.
The little, what?
Yeah, and speaking of tournaments, we've got some big tournaments coming up here at the end of the month. Actually, it's kicking off in just a week. We'll put that graphic up here in just a moment. But Wolfgang waking up with the red kings here and facing a raise from under the gun
Why couldn't we start that from the first hand? I already won
It
one.
is on right now.
I know.
to 35.
125.
Comes a quick 3-bet.
7 deuces also on for 25.
Already? It's on, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
125
Why am I the only
is the
female
bet.
at the table? That's what I want.
Calls
Bad draw.
125.
I just called for it.
I love losing money to you.
No, it's a great
All right, the 7-deuce game is on, but facing this action, Vadim is not going to go for it.
At some point
You
you'll
got
get to
called because of position.
Ash, at some point you'll get to play with Savannah.
You're smart,
Yay!
I think.
Wow, okay. 4.
Clock.
Interesting spot here that Jonathan's in.
It's on now.
Wearing the jersey of a champion, but staring down at a couple of 10s and in bad shape.
Yeah, I think 10s is like it's right on the border, right? You've seen an under the gun open and then an under the gun 1-3 bet. Like, you're definitely lighting $115 on fire a lot of the time if you just call. But wow, he's gonna go for the raise all in. I mean, this makes some sense. Like, you know, you don't have to give these guys credit for something all the time. But it's a pretty tough couple of ranges to rip it into. Obviously, Wolfgang is going to Hollywood a little bit and then make the call. See if he can get Carlos to come along, but it is going to be Jonathan needing a lot of help here.
Needing the case 10 or some straight cards. Let's see what flops.
Oh, my 7 deuce. I actually got 7 deuce. I asked before I watched my card, and I actually got 7 deuce.
Oh, wow.
I can see it to show. Let him do.
Man, Vadim would have been rewarded had he done so.
Is that the Poker Ronaldo?
This is
And
going
that
to be.
is-
Go ahead.
Yeah, that is a big win for Wolfgang Inc., who told me that his team slogan is going to be big nuts and bigger bangs. So there is the first bang of the night for Team Wolfgang Inc. Welcome to the party.
Yeah, nice way to start off. It's like hand number 4 or 5 or something like that, getting a double up. That definitely sets your night off in the right direction. Tough spot there for Team Mr. and Mrs. Bennett.
I'm going to make a vlog about all of you.
But he'll get reloaded and back in the mix.
A lot of times you can be good there with those 10s. I think you just said, sometimes you're lighting that $135 on fire, and then he lit 1,000 on fire, but sometimes you're good there, and he just ran into it.
900?
Yeah, it's honestly one of those spots where if you have a line on some of your opponents and you kind of know their tendencies, you can kind of lean one way or the other. It always feels bad when you're in that spot. You make the call, and then the original raiser re-raises, right? And you get sort of pushed out of the pot, and you just torched your $125. That being said, you've kind of got the original raiser in a tricky spot. Like, he needs to have either a good bluffing hand or a really top of range hand. If he's got any of the stuff in the middle, you're going to be giving him a really good price to just close the action with a call. So, if you know that guy's maybe a little bit more likely to just take a flop, you could just kind of try to sneak in there. But yeah, I understand the jam there as well. Makes some sense for sure. Just ran into it.
We got another fun one here.
Back to Kyle.
Our second 7-deuce sighting, unfortunately, was facing big raises and not going to get squirrely with that as Bad Beauties takes down another one, Aaron.
Keep it till the end.
Yeah,
The
absolutely.
last one to get it has to pay.
Yeah, the last one to get the button has to. Who doesn't get the?
If you don't
button?
want it, you can just give it back.
Can I show and be done with the Nit Game?
Oh, I guess yeah, for the Nit Game for sure. Yeah, shows ace queen of hearts. Thank you. Sorry about that.
No, I just
Well, we usually just pass it out and return it when we get it.
had it Nit
That's why
Games.
everyone's
You already
confused.
had yours.
Oh,
You're
yeah, sorry.
good.
Thank you.
I already won it?
Yep.
The
Oh.
last, you just got 8 of those. Once they're out, whoever doesn't have it has to
okay.
pay.
All right. They're doing it a little
last one,
different
yeah.
now? Okay.
You got a straddle 10.
Yeah, we didn't have enough to do both tables the normal way.
Oh,
Oh, over there.
Wait, I'm
Whenever you're coming
confused.
back, I forgot to ask you. Yeah.
Now they're going to do when you win a hand, you get a nit button. I guess it's the anti-nit button.
Wait, but then you have to get rid of it again, or
The,
something.
la- the last person to get a button is who pays.
45 is the bet.
Yeah, they're going to give you a button when you win a hand, and the last person to win a hand and get a button. So it's kind of like the anti-nit button.
I mean, but it's the exact same thing. It's just whether or not you throw yours away or you. That's kind of weird, though, right? Because
There's no throwing away. You actually receive one instead. So we'll just call it the winner's button tonight.
yeah, I'm gonna be honest that I don't like that because it's like now your mind is drawn towards like the people that still have the button. I don't know. At least me. Obviously, I'm used to playing it the other way, but it's like you're looking for those red buttons to be like, okay, where. You know, who is actually still in the game. Now it's like, oh, there's an empty spot. They're still in the game, but it doesn't draw your attention to it. I don't know. That feels backwards and inside out to me. But Mighty Hammer has a question in the chat. We'll come back to that in just a moment as we've got a turned king high straight here for Carlos on Team Love Sucks. He's still up against the flush draw for PokerFace Ash here, as well as the gut shot to the same straight for the Heartbreakers. But yeah, Ash is already out of there, and the Heartbreakers are going to stick around with the top pair and the gut shot.
Heads up to the river.
Ooh,
Wow.
terrible river card here for the Heartbreakers.
All in.
And he's got the 10 blocker, so he's thinking, I'm good.
False. 3 kings with a 10. Straight. G4.
Yeah, the ultimate river card to get stacked on. Not going to be a full stacking because Carlos was chipped down just a little bit, so the Heartbreakers will have a little bit left over with which to reload on. But
I'm just serious.
Yeah, very
Phony
disciplined
target.
fold
4 is the bet.
for her.
Wouldn't be the first time you.
yeah, it's about a 250. It's really not a small bet. I'm not sure if I am missing something that isn't showing up on the screen there, but 250 was not an insignificant portion of the pot. So I think
I really play good.
it's not unreasonable.
Drops to 1,000.
You
Yeah,
know, she stuck around on the flop. It's just on the turn, you know.
Really help me get away.
Yeah, they're playing not quite as deep as some of our normal Tuesday nights. This is a $1,000 cap buy-in tonight, 1-3 game with an auto straddle. So that 250 bet, Aaron, you were right there. Didn't take that into consideration. That's definitely a chunkier bet than a lot of our normal
No matches.
Yeah, sorry,
Tuesday
I
night
was
stream
confused.
bets
Can't
there.
bring
So
it
we'll
down.
have to keep that in mind.
Yeah. Anyways, going back to the question there from Mighty Hammer, could he have just folded the tens? Absolutely right. That is a very real possibility, and I've found myself in those spots. Usually, you know, 9s and 8s are just sort of an easy fold because you're like, look, if I try to get in here, there's very little chance that A, I'm going to flop the set, and B, that I'm going to see an overpair to the board. And even if I do, I might just be completely toast to the under the gun 1 and under the gun ranges. So, yeah, it makes a lot of sense to just fold those hands. Pocket 10s is a little bit borderline, and it really puts you in the toughest spot to have 10s there. Grumpy old man here is going to have 7 deuce again and can't play it because his opponents are waking up with top of range.
Yep. Slick Rick jamming on him there with the 2 queens. Team Pretty Boys
Yeah.
getting a win and a winner's button, we'll call it. That's still messing with my head, Aaron. I'm gonna tell you, we'll have to keep track of those buttons now. So the players are getting buttons as they win a hand, and the last person to get a button will have to pay a penalty.
Yeah, it's very confusing to me. And somebody rationalized it. There was a question about why they were doing it that way, and someone rationalized it as there weren't enough buttons to do it on both tables or something. But like that doesn't change it. You're still passing out a button to everyone at this table. So how does it affect what was going on at the other one? I just don't get it.
Right.
But it doesn't matter if I get it or not because they're doing it, and we're just going to live with it. Alvin, why are they all wearing red? It is a cult. We are starting a brand new TCH cult. You can join up. If you would like to sign up for the TCH cult, go ahead and hit the like button, otherwise known as It's Valentine's Day, buddy. Have you heard of it? It's tomorrow, and this is the tag team, whatever, Valentine's Day cash game extravaganza.
180. Full.
Breaking Hearts tag team poker cash game. There you have it.
We'll get it back.
Everybody wearing red or pink, as we've got John going to go ahead and get this one through with the pair of sixes. No takers after the flop, and he will get his sweet winner's button.
Yeah, you almost gave it to him. Almost always.
I'm trying to create tension with the negative. It's working.
Our brother RJ Dupree jumping in the chat.
Look, he's scratching his neck. He's nervous. Shit, I got 10% of my bankroll there with Rick.
Yeah, what's up, RJ? How you doing? And Mighty Hammer, yes, everyone has a teammate. There are two tables of this same format of game going on with the Nit game and the deuce, the 7 deuce game on. And each player has a corresponding teammate. So throughout the night, we're going to be cycling back and forth between the two teams. So we'll get to see 2 full tables worth of players mixing it up. Should be really pretty awesome. Now, maybe you've heard differently, Eric. I sort of wasn't in the loop for the creation of this game and the rules and all, but I'm not sure. Is there a prize or something for the tag team? Excuse me, the team that like wins the most or something at the end of the night, or what do we have there?
I haven't seen anything about a prize at the end of it. I wouldn't be surprised if there is something, so I will shout out to Mallory to see if they have something in line for the top winning team that we've got tonight.
Okay. It is kind of tricky, I imagine, to keep track of everybody's profit and loss because we're going to be moving players in and out, and so I suspect we're going to be resetting stacks throughout the evening, so that may sort of jumble that up a little bit. I'm not exactly sure how that would be done, but may just be everybody here to have a good time and not really worried about which team performs the best, just about having a good time and trying to win along the way. DGen Paradise here, gonna go ahead and turn the nizzles, and Vadim gets away from the top pair there.
2 good folds from him.
Yeah, a lot of nutted hands so far, and chips flying early on. So looks like these $1,000 stacks will be growing real soon, and we could have some big ones tonight.
I mean, now, when I lived in Vegas, I played every day.
You said in the military?
Yeah.
You guys play out there a lot? Calls? 10 to go?
When I got stationed in Oklahoma City and
PokerFace Ash here, suited wheel ace,
40.
facing a limp from under the gun. She'll make it 40 to go. Relatively small open size with the rest of the field left to act, but no reason to get too crazy with it. There's going to be a couple of calls in between, and now Wolfgang waking up with the 2 black 10s. He is going to squeeze this up from the cutoff. Much different scenario here where it's under the gun limp, then an open, and then callers in between, right? You feel a whole heck of a lot better about your 10s in this scenario.
Yeah, just some really playable. I mean, I just saw a king jack of diamonds folded, so a lot of really solid hands being dealt here, and obviously a couple mid pairs here are putting in the aggression. So we'll see how Mr. and Mrs. Bennett's team decides to play these.
All in.
Oh, he's-
How much you have?
over 1,000.
Over 1,000?
Barely a little bit more.
Yeah, and this is a little bit, I would say, speculative here from Mr. Bennett.
I'm going to call you. I just want to know what it is. I'm superstitious.
Yeah, I mean, Wolfgang, I think this range is just like slam dunk call worthy with pocket tens. You know that pocket jacks are better. It's always going to be raising you. And yeah, John, he's pretty much just hoping that Wolfgang is doing this with 2 overcards and that he can win a flip. But he is in another dominated position and going to need to find a set of 8s this time.
Let's see what you got.
And I'm not sure if in the tag team game if you can call for relief early, but Jonathan running into it twice against Wolfgang. His wife Savannah sitting behind on table 9, rooting on her man here.
Oh! Wow.
Saved by the river.
Nice hand, nice
I got
hand.
rivered, Lucas.
As you hear Wolfgang telling his partner, I got rivered, Lucas. Holy hell. You just got to get it in bad sometimes, Aaron.
Well, he did that just fine on the first all-in against Wolfgang. He sure did, but this time he gets bailed out on the river. And yeah, it's basically a refund from Wolfgang right back, as he is now just a shade under the 1K he started with.
Just like Patty Mahomes, just 6 seconds left, just finding the 8 on the river for the score. Wow. No Wolfgang bang on that hand. Jeez. 1.2K, just ripping it with 8s. No fear.
Definitely not. You gotta give him credit for having plenty of gamble in him here. We got $15 straddle on.
50 is called.
I mean, I want him to lose.
Yeah. Calls 54.
That's not good when you're cheering for your.
No, I'm cheering for my partner to lose his ass.
What up, Sassy? And you and Hammer obviously both will be included in anything similar to this. Obviously, Valentine's won't be for another year, but if anybody's liking this tag team structure, you know, hopefully it's really successful tonight. We can do something similar and get you guys on.
How's the action used then?
Good luck all in.
All right, the Heartbreakers here opted not to add on, so flopping an overpair to the board. Going to go ahead and just stuff it all in here for a slight overbet to the pot. The pretty boys here have flopped top pair, gut shot, backdoor spades. I think the hand is usually a little bit too good to fold, but there's still 3 players left to act. Of course, they've all checked to start things off, but yeah, the pretty boys here says, okay, rather than just call and set myself up for a weird spot where I end up having to play a dry side pot, I'm going to go all in and isolate. He's going to get shown the 9s, and he's going to need to catch up, but still plenty of equity here, 37% for the pretty boys. Brick on the turn. No improvement. 9 still good, and they will hold through the river one time.
There we go, Team Heartbreakers getting back in there.
This game is conducive to like an all-in every other hand. Yeah, especially in the beginning. Yeah, they want some gladiator bullshit.
It's a 5-10.
No, yeah.
We won't call it BS, but we do want some gladiator stuff.
Trying to play a nice little friendly Valentine game.
Yeah, I mean, anytime you go into a game knowing that the 7-deuce game is on and the Nit game, as well as, I mean, I would say the strong majority of this table all used to playing stakes pretty much substantially higher than 1-3 and a straddle.
For sure.
We're gonna get plenty of action. that's what we signed up for.
And for a team with the name Love Sucks, Carlos should know that love is not always friendly, and that this won't be a friendly game. They're going to get some chips flying for sure.
Vadim is going to rip it here. It shows on screen he's only got 680, but he's definitely got a bit more than that. He's going to get that one through. And the grumpy old men have lost the stand-up game, the Nit game, and are going to have to pay everybody out $25.
think that's it for the Nit.
I give me that. Oh my
No,
god.
no.
you have
You
to
didn't
go.
show- That's why.
And if
that's
anybody's
why I
ever
was saying
played
about
with
that.
And
Kyle,
nobody can tell you
who's
'cause we tell you
Team
that we
Grumpy
have
Old
to-
Men there, you know he's anything but a nit. And he tried his best with the 7 deuce a couple times, just
Did you know that rule?
ran into a couple monsters.
Oh no, Vadim didn't show his hand.
I forgot. Second time straight.
Oh, he didn't?
I didn't know you had to
He didn't show his hand, so he actually did not get his button. So the game is still live between
So much to
Vadim
Sergei Fedorov. I don't know if you know
And
it.
Grumpy Old Men.
and the Grumpy Old Men. So yeah, a bit of a fumble there.
Players all
No,
in.
I will.
should have known that was gonna.
But Vadim will not be losing the Nit game. He is all in once again, this time from the button.
There you go.
At least it brought me extra money. I wouldn't do that twice.
It's a $200 game, and he's all in for $1,200, but gets it through, and the old man gonna have to pay it out.
Not even
Alright
full
guys,
stack.
Kyle lost the Nit game, so
Even
it's
more.
25 a person.
Like I said, Kyle not known to be a nit around the local Dallas room, but he's going to pay out the first penalty, $25 apiece.
Thank you.
Thank you, Kyle.
Yeah, it
10
happens.
guys, straddle 10 to 10.
We've seen it plenty of times before. You know, you get JD with the Nit button or something in some of our previous streams. It's like,
We're not doing it.
you know, a player can just go card dead for a while, and they're not going to light their stack on fire trying to, you know, not pay it out. They would much rather, you know, play a solid game and just lose the Nit game if they have to.
Folds all around.
Should I install the stream first? I want to see.
Batting 200.
Folds
Holds
10.
PokerFace Ash, and she will limp it
100. Raise to
just in
50.
time for John to wake up with another pocket pair, this time the 9s. Let's see if he can get all of his chips in the middle dominated. This time he cannot, and he'll just win pre. All right, we mentioned that PokerFace Ash and PokerMomma are tournament crushers. Well, you can be a tournament crusher too, as we've got the Spring Classic coming up down in Spring, Texas at the beginning of March, running from the 6th through the 17th. We've also got
10 to 10. Raise to
the Leap into Spring series up in Dallas, TCH Social and
30.
Texas Card House. Dallas, over $1.8 million in guarantees.
125.
You can go to the website, texascardhouse.com/leap into spring series for all of the information. Also go on to Poker Atlas for the full event breakdown. It's going to be a bunch of great events. We've got Mystery Bounty. We've got the main event. It's really going to be a fantastic time. Hope to see some of you guys out there. I will definitely be there for some of it, so very much looking forward to it. Should be a great series. And I'm quite certain that PokerMomma will be in the mix, as well as perhaps some of the other players here at this table, as all the big tournaments that come through or around the Dallas area, I typically see PokerMomma there showing off her poker skills.
Absolutely.
And boy, oh boy, did she do that the last time at Choctaw, winning 2 rings, nearly back-to-back. Really incredible stuff, so I presume she'll be trying to take down the top spot in the main event at the very least for that series coming up. Looking at the VPIPs here, of course, we're only a couple orbits around the table, but plenty of players of these of this lineup getting in the mix.
The only part of the Super Bowl I saw was the last play. Yeah, there's a good party, 40 people or so.
Raise to
So
45.
it's hard to meet people who can actually talk.
Folds, folds,
Battle of the Diamonds here, and big diamonds at that. Be pretty spicy if we get a flush draw out there, and we do. My goodness.
We do. Aaron asks, and we receive.
A gut shot for the Grumpy Old Men as well, so in a very dominated position, but still with live pair outs and gut shot straight outs. It's going to be a small continue here from the Heartbreakers in position. Check call.
check.
Board pairing 7. Grumpy old men here with the betting lead pre, and going to size it up now on the turn. Yeah, the hand shrivels up a little bit when you're out of position. You face a big bet on the turn, but it does make the call, and it's another board pair. Ace kicking is the best hand. Let's see if Grumpy Old Men wants to rep a hand or not, and he checks it back. And yeah, that's one he wishes he could probably have back, as, I don't know. I mean, it's depending on the size, pretty tough for ace to naked ace to call there, but at the same time, you have to ask yourself, what's really betting that river other than just a 10, and kind of tough to have one of those. So I don't know. Would have been interesting to see if he had pulled the trigger on a third barrel, but we won't get to see it.
Yeah, 100%. Really thought he was going to pull the trigger there, but
Johnny.
might have had some showdown value with the king there, and just decided to play it safe.
Slick Rick is adding on.
Yeah, you could imagine some pocket 6s, pocket 5s, things of that sort of ilk that have just gotten counterfeit, and your king high with the 2 pair on board is actually best. Certainly could imagine a scenario like that happening.
Well, Slick Rick is YouTube poker hand.
All right, 171 of you fine folks hanging out with us here this evening on TCH Live out of Dallas. Thank you guys so much for tuning in. If you haven't already, please do help us out. Hit that like button, as we've got many more hours of this program yet to come. Nine high flop 2 spades, checks through. We get an ace of spades now on the turn. It's going to be top pair and the queen high flush draw for Vadim and Team Tanzania in a commanding spot here, well out in front of everyone else. Is about a 75 here, and the pretty boys still with an up and down straight draw. No spade, though, could already just be dead, and he does decide to lay it down.
Poker couple, like they both play. I think that'd be totally interesting.
We mentioned some of these big tournaments coming up, and we've already talked about the success of PokerFace Ash and PokerMomma. Forget to mention Slick Rick's recent success in crushing tournaments, and no slouch himself, Mr. Jonathan Bennett in seat 9 has almost $900,000 in tournament winnings. He's at 854. He's had some really good scores over the last several years. Been a really good tournament player. Plays a lot up in Oklahoma, travels around, plays here locally, obviously, but no tournament slouch himself. So we've got some really, really successful young poker players here at this table.
Well, I did a movie last
Yeah,
year.
and then we've got Harvey coming in here in a little while as well. The other half of Slick Rick's team, who, you know, shipped a main event over there at Choctaw for a good $250,000. So
absolutely,
yeah, lots of really good tournament players. You know, I've been playing with John Bennett probably for a decade now, something like that. I think the first time I ran into him on the circuit was a long, long time ago, and yeah, now of course run into him all the time in the local Texas tournaments now that we're both located here.
That's great.
75 is a bet.
Pocket trays here for John. Going to raise it up to 75. The Heartbreakers just going to make the call on the button with ace queen O. Going to invite Vadim in with the pocket 7s. From the straddle position, we'll go 3 players to a flop. 6, 6, 4, 2 tone.
Who? This guy? Alright.
Betting. 125. 125 is a bet.
Honestly, a pretty good looking board for all 3 of these players. But the ace queen is going to hit the muck. Says even the ace of hearts not good enough to continue. I think I am going to float there a lot of the time. But as it stands, it's down to just the 7s against the 3s.
Nice. Thank you.
Checks through turn and river. I can't imagine John turning his hand into a bluff at this point. Just going to hold on some hope that he's up against a big ace high or something, but that's not the case. And Vadim will ship another one, shipping up to 1.8K.
Hey guys,
I've got
Hey.
the lovely Miss Mallory with me.
I'm on the stream and I'm back here talking to you.
All right.
But we take our chips with us, right?
What's
Yeah,
going on,
chips.
Mallory? How are you?
I'm doing great, guys. Look how fun is this game.
Dude, this
Oh
is
my
an
gosh.
awesome format. I am really stoked for the rest of the show and looking forward to seeing the outfits of our other half of the teams as well.
Oh, they're getting ready to come back in. I'll probably go out there in 3 minutes. You'll see me in 18 minutes.
Of course. And she did bring in what we were talking about earlier, Aaron. We have some prizes in here that she's going to be giving away. A bunch of boxes of chocolates
Oh
to
my
our
gosh, you guys.
to our top teams tonight. So
Okay.
she's going to be spreading the love via chocolate. And who doesn't love chocolate?
Oh my gosh, all of the chocolates. We've got, well, we've got a hand going on too. Sorry.
Sure.
Look at these straddles. Don't you just love to see straddles?
Sure do. Especially like 1, 3, 15, 50. Like, let's
I'm
go.
a
Let's
fan.
spice
I'm
it
a
up.
fan.
This one a little bit more tame, but does go 3 players to a flop. Checks through to a 10 on the turn. Whole lot of not much here. Tanzania barely out in front with the pair of 4s, but hard to hang on against the bet, and Degen Paradise going to take it down.
And that's how you play the 9 deuce.
That's how you, I've seen 9 deuce take down what I think a pocket aces, or yeah, I've seen 9 deuce suited take down pocket aces.
That's how Benham gets the name Degen Paradise for his team there. So, well played, Mr. Benham.
Well done.
Straddle 10 to 10.
All right, so $10 straddle on for this one as we look at profit and loss. Nobody up or down too much here after Wolfgang got the early stacking on John, gave the money right back, and now here we are, hand number 19. It's a showing of the 7 deuce. And again, it is going to be a $25 bounty per player if you're able to win the hand with it. So he's going to pop this up a little bit.
Walks into some nice, pretty hands there.
Yeah, it's unfortunate that our 7 deuces so far have kind of run into it. But and speaking of,
Ooh. I saw 10s not deuce just so good earlier.
Yeah, 10s have given up 2 large all-in pots, both between John and Wolfgang. This time, PokerFace Ash going to wield it from the straddle. She's going to bump this up to 255. 7 deuce out of the way and back over to the pretty boys. I don't know. These players just aren't deep enough to really play multi-street poker. We'll see if he decides to go with it or what. He is in position, though, even though the stacked pot ratio is going to be quite shallow. I guess he can make the call and decide to play post. And that is the route he'll go for. 550 in the middle, stacked pot ratio, 1.3 or thereabouts. King, not the worst card in the world, right? Like, you expect a lot of ace-X to call you, but ace-king probably just shoves it. So maybe you're up against some king-queen suited every once in a while. Bad beauties. PokerFace Ash just going to put out the C-bet there, probably.
I'd like a
too
call
bad.
from the pretty boys. I mean, you got some backdoor opportunities. You got backdoor Broadway. Like, there's just so much potential.
Potential, yes, but you're putting another 225 into the middle. You won't have much to maneuver with after this.
yeah, hard
Certainly
hand to want to just throw away, but
Yeah, and that's the thing. Like, if you're ahead somehow with just nut no pair, you'd hate to fold it. But this is kind of the scenario that he's going to face a lot of the time, calling with the over, sort of the big cards. You're just going to whiff some flops and face the C-bet, and then you kind of got to decide, what do we do?
He's probably going to do the right thing, whatever it is. He's such a good player, too.
of course the tag is about to happen, so it may be his last chance for now.
I've seen him call down all in with queen high. Okay, so
We,
let's,
we remember that one, Aaron. He called down that big bet with Queen High in this same game months ago.
There,
Yeah.
it brings in one of those backdoor opportunities, but I don't like it anymore. I don't like it anymore.
Yeah, and Ash, I mean, her hand isn't really afraid of too many Jack X.
10 would be terrible.
But it is just a weird looking board. I think, yeah, I think her only move is to go all in there.
Yeah.
And hope to get a crying call from pocket nines with the 9 of diamonds, pocket eights with the 8 of diamonds. It's pretty narrow, but like, yeah.
It says he's got 3 outs, and the aces and the queens. Yeah.
Yeah, I think she picked up on the body language from him and how long it took for him to make the call on just on the flop alone. That she just said, you know what, I'm going to put the pressure on him. Wake up with it, kid, or go home.
That's me holding one of the boxes of candy that the winner's going to get tonight. Just smiling, don't know what this huge hand is going on. Oh my gosh.
Yeah,
so he's trying to put together, Aaron, what hands he can beat here. But what does he think Ash is repping here? 7 deuce?
Well, so there is the 7 deuce game, and that is something to always factor in. I think right now at this point he's just doing some record keeping. It's like he's already put so much of his stack in that the pot is so massive. He only has 450 left, right? Like he only has to be right a pretty small fraction of the time, and with all 16 combos of the 7 deuce out there, he really only loses to one of them right now, 7 deuce of diamonds. So there's plenty of bluffs, and he's getting a really good price. But he did put himself in a really awkward spot to be calling off with just ace high.
Yeah.
Yeah,
really,
I think
it's kind of hard to maneuver with these stack depths. Mighty Hammer says 5 bet ship or fold pre.
Yeah, right. Like the incentive is to, you know, a lot of times at least when you have depth, you know, just play position, sort of see how hands develop. But when the stack to pot ratio is well under 1 on the turn, you're just like, well, how did we get here? What do we do now?
Yeah, when you just completely brick, you get one hard out there. That was a rough spot to be in.
Look at these VPIPs. Love to see it.
Double strat was 20.
Tanzania, 47%. DJ in Paradise, 42%. We got some new players. Gracing our presence.
And yeah, let's check out these outfits. I like the headband action. We got another pink hoodie over here, so bring in our swag game here tonight.
That's right. That's Kelly rocking the headband there. He's one of our great dealers. He and his wife both work for TCH. Love to see him getting in the action.
And then we've got the misses of Team Bennett in the mix over in the 9 seat as well.
Let's go, Savannah. She's a dealer here at Texas Card House. So it's a lot of fun having her come back. She played in the Halloween live stream with Eric and I.
She did. She took my chips in the Halloween stream.
Oh, my gosh.
Bless her heart.
I was like, chilling over here and sweating this when everyone else was switching. I know, but because I'm not switching yet. I got slicked.
Middle pair and a gut shot here for DJ in Paradise.
He almost heroed me with ace high. I basically turned my 10s into a bluff. It was kind of weird. So it's a weird spot. But
I'm about to hop out of this booth here and let RJ take over, but I'm trying to keep one of these boxes of chocolates for myself.
Hey, you know, that's what happens when you run the show, you know. You get to skim a little bit off the top, so do what you need to do.
Seat 1, Izzy there. He's taking down his first hand with a pretty little 10-8 hearts. And RJ is actually getting ready to hit the stage to be your dealer for this next little bit of time. It'll be so nice.
All right.
Ooh, Aces sighting.
Sorry.
It's so hard with some of those hands. You have to rescan it, so it maybe look like you're trying to fold.
Yeah, and we know those aces weren't going anywhere.
No.
On who?
What a Valentine hand that was, huh?
I didn't ask my partner for
It should have
notes.
been the other way
Phantom, get
around.
over here. Give me some notes.
Yeah,
You can tell
pocket
by the
aces.
accent there. There's a Jersey sighting in seat 1,
Oh
Mr.
my
Izzy,
gosh, you can hear it.
with that Jersey accent.
That's the strat.
We should have like a 2-minute power.
Wow, what a flop here for Wolfgang.
Oh my god.
Calls out of the big straddle
Ooh.
and drills top trips.
It's pretty easy.
Cheeky
What a
check
nice
back
flop
here
that.
from Tanzania. I like this play, although I think having the ace of spades makes the check back a little bit better.
Check back for
You
Vadim.
think he's got a read on him? My gosh. Wolfgang there just missing those check raise opportunities. I love to check raise.
Well, we have a $124 pot here.
You can. What's he gonna do? One. What an amazing fold! Holy smokes!
I
Just like
buy
that.
that.
Trip queens for Wolfgang and gets about the smallest victory he's supposed to get there. But he's going to put a bang on his vlog, I'm sure, with that
Oh
hand.
my gosh! How? I mean, usually the seats that misread the most are the 2 and the 8, like the 2, 3, and the 7, 8. Just because you get caught in the crossfire sometimes a little bit.
Sure, yeah, and even like the 1 and the 9 because you're kind of pitching over that scanner.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean that had to have been a
aces?
misread. I just can't imagine a snap fold for that amount. Even I mean it wasn't overbet to the pot, but like you've checked 2 streets, so you were trying to induce a bluff if you actually have aces there.
Exactly. Oh my gosh.
Something didn't add up there. That's for sure.
Unless he's got like a super.
Team Tanzania was just all over that read, maybe.
What are they feeding you over there?
Yeah, the performance enhancers in the water or something. But no, I can't imagine he actually had aces. There.
He's topping the VPIP charts. Like there's no. That's some good poker. Strange poker play. Awesome poker play. Out of this world.
Yeah, I think we can safely chalk that one up to a misread. But that's my opinion. We'll just move on to the next one as we've got the 4-3-0 up against King 10. Somehow we're still
showdown
checking.
there. You call 3 hitting a pair of 3s on the river showdown value?
What was this? Check, call, flop, check, check, turn, and now a bet of 100 full pot on the end. Nah, probably not. I mean, honestly, your hand functions better as a check raise candidate than it does a call because you block improves on the river. You've got a spade, but he decides to just let it go, which I think is perfectly fine as well.
He was going to have to find his inner Enrique Iglesias and be his hero, baby, and make that call.
That's just gold.
Gold.
That's solid. That's pure gold.
It's Valentine's. I got to throw out
How lucky are we to have it?
the love of Enrique Iglesias. He was going to be your hero, baby.
Oh my goodness.
Only way he's making that call. I mean, guys are folding aces on the stream. You got to fold a 3 there on the river, right? What are we doing here?
I lose money in this game, 100%. Gosh, I'm here to learn from Aaron how to play poker right. 'Cause I'm like D-Gen. Give me a ticket to D-Gen paradise. I'm there.
Yeah, we've had some good takes in the comments as well. You know, with Mighty Hammer talking about Slick Rig maybe jamming there, 5-bet jamming with the Ace Queen of Hearts. So yeah, there's some good skill level here and on the stream and in the commentary. So keep it up, guys and gals.
Top here for the pretty boys. Checking it over to Team Love Sucks. And
Go OFC. He's not scared. He came to play. Team Love Sucks.
yeah, 3 to a straight, 3 to a flush. Pretty good spot here with the overcard as well. A lot of turn cards that give him additional equity and can push his opponent off of some stuff. The Ace-10, definitely not one of those hands.
Her hair looks amazing right now.
Does pick up a gut shot. There's another overcard to the board, so you can rep some, you know, sort of turn to top pairs here if you want to. I'd definitely like to see OFC fire another bet here. But he does check it back, and a 3 of spades not going to change anything. Ace 10 is basically the nuts at this point.
Yeah, pretty close to here. Nice. Yeah, I'm actually looking to buy a house in like Fort Worth area. I want to be closer to civilization.
So you don't. It's hard when you're bluffing too.
But I'm looking to have my own place.
Oh yeah, you got it. You got it right. Oh, he's got a 1K.
Yeah, 1K chip, but he's betting 200 into that 254 pot.
Okay, I guess the stacks are. Oh, one. There we go. There we go.
I'm traveling so much. Yeah. And I actually
Yeah, must have done a sneaky add-on or something that didn't get counted. Of course, it's always tricky when you have a game that is either like match the stack or someone just gets like blown up in a spot and needs to add on. You know, without the real solid communication, sometimes those numbers do get off. But
Yeah,
usually
we've capped this game. We capped this game. This is a friendly game, guys. This is a friendly game. It's the first tag team game that we've done since I've had the blessing and the joy of getting to book these fun games. So it's my first tag team, and I think this is something that we can do again and have fun with it.
Well, speaking of being the first, there's still a few nuances we're working through. So most of the people have been replaced by their tag team partner. I do see Slick Rick is still seated, and one other player is still seated, I believe, from the original. Wolfgang.
And Vadim. Yeah, I think
And
it's like
Vadim.
5 players got
Ash.
traded out and 4 are still in, right? Yeah.
And Ash, yeah.
I like the cap too. There's a time and a place for match a stack and capping a game, and I think.
So
so this is 1K cap then, right? You're saying no match.
we are
Okay,
capped.
gotcha.
So do we know when the next other players will be joining the table? Or
I've got my annoying, obnoxious alarm that you all are probably, most of you are familiar with. It's going to go off in a minute, and then I'll go round them up, and you'll get to see who you get to play with next.
Gotcha.
We'll be replacing seat 2, 4, 6, and you guessed it, 8.
Yeah, and that's Brian, or OMC as he sometimes goes by, in the 7 seat next to Poker Ash there, part of the grumpy old men team.
It didn't work, so I made it back to 6.
Got another showdown between 10s and 8s. Once again, Mr. and Mrs. Bennett sort of on the rough end of things. DGen Paradise going to hop in the mix as well, just calling with pocket 7. So a lot of middling pairs here. Flop comes 5 high. Pretty good spot here for Ash and the 10s. And yeah, pocket 8s and pocket 7s should feel pretty good. However, the 7s are already out of the mix here. And wow, what a turn card here. Top set now. Does bring in the front door flush, but top set should be good enough to continue for value. Let's see if Ash slows it down, though. She does give a check.
Gonna get a bet, it looks like, out of Mrs. Bennett here.
Yeah, I like this bet because kind of maintain the betting lead here. You may have just the best hand up against some sort of ace-king or some sort of overcard combo. Be really nice to maintain the betting lead so that you can do exactly this. Just flip your hand over and try to just show down the best of it. But Ash, of course, with the top set and the winner.
We'll just call Team Bad Beauties the perfect 10s. Another big win there with the 10s. That may be Bad Beauty's hand tonight. We'll see when PokerMomma comes up to bat if she can continue that little rush there. Nice hand there for Team Bad Beauties again.
straddle?
7.
He went up on me. 6 to 7.
$7 straddle
I
on.
can afford the raise 22. So.
Pretty standard in the 1-3 game to have the $6 straddle on, and some people do some variations on that, but yeah, just having a little bit of fun with it, make it 7, and the heartbreakers on the button. There's like, nah, that's a little bit too small with the queen 10 suited, and big raise gonna take it down.
Thanks
Fun little
again.
bit of.
Oh, go ahead.
Sorry, go ahead.
Go ahead, Aaron.
I was going to say a fun little bit of trivia about Vadim and his wife Tanya, who we'll see here in just a little while. They are world champion checkers players. Tanya with the world championship, I think it was 2 years ago, maybe 3 years ago, and was unable to defend her title last year, I think it was. But pretty incredible stuff that they are poker players, checkers players. I believe they are into chess and some other games as well. So pretty talented couple right there.
What was he saying?
Yeah, that's really cool.
I didn't really think
What was
about that.
Carlos saying?
And I was just going to say thanks again to Mallory for coming in and joining us in the booth.
Eventually.
We'll put up her information here shortly, but that's who you would contact if you ever want to play on our Tuesday night stream here in Dallas. She does a great job putting these lineups together.
Sure does.
Check, check.
Top pair, strong kicker here for the grumpy old men. A little bit of something for everybody except for the bad beauties. Check through to a queen of diamonds on the turn. Brings in the front door flush, but it's now the king high straight for DGen Paradise. Far and away the best hand.
Did you have Jack Queen that hand against me?
Yeah, very interesting turn with grumpy old men here with the king of diamonds in his hand.
I didn't have a pair.
What's up, Sassy?
Took a shot. Some backdoors.
And we agree, Sassy, you and Brian would be awesome on this stream, so look forward to having you guys maybe in a tag team in the future.
All right, DGen Paradise puts in the raise, and everyone out of the way takes that one down. Let's go ahead and put up Mallory's information here in case anyone is interested in getting in the mix on some of our Tuesday streams out of Dallas. Go ahead and shoot her a text message. Go ahead and reach out at the email on your screen, or go ahead and hit your QR scanner, and that'll pop up her information as well.
I'll say hi.
Yeah, thank you. Hi. He's always
8 to go.
Of course, if anybody wants to play on any of our other live streams, particularly out of Austin on Mondays and Thursdays, or out of Houston on occasion, you can find those links popping up throughout the evening in the chat, and may be available in the video description down below as well.
Won't forget that one.
Is that his real name? Oh, okay.
5 players.
5 players to a flop. Jack 4 deuce 2 tone. Gonna be top pair queen kicking here for Vadim and Team Tanzania.
You're too drunk.
Tea drunk.
I was gonna say you don't seem very drunk.
I thought you said I was too drunk. I was like, oh.
Oh, no, I would never say that.
I'm staring at those cupcakes in the background there, Aaron. I don't know if you see those, but
Sure do. Looks like the treasure trove of goodies that Mallory provided for this group of players is on display back there. You may have to sneak out and swipe one.
Yeah, okay, nice, cool, awesome. His name's John. I told him I wouldn't forget accessible.
no doubt if I go silent, that's where I've run to.
Here's some lip smacking in the background.
I'll remember a face from kindergarten. Yeah, but I named.
Need a heart. Check.
Nice hand.
Vadim here trying to set the trap, give his opponent an opportunity to bluff, but DGen Paradise doesn't go for it
That's not the heart.
and checks back. the loser.
Dean rocking the pink Tommy Hilfiger. Aaron, when's the last time you've owned any Tommy Hilfiger swag? Is it making a comeback?
I think the answer is never. Not because I like hate on it or anything. That was just never my vibe. I've always been just like pretty bland. Not wearing somebody's brand, you know. Like I guess it's just never occurred to me to buy something that's just like brand advertisement. So I don't know. I don't think I've ever owned any Hilfiger stuff.
Everyone say hi to Jay.
I know I did, but it had to have been middle school, and we'll just say the Cowboys were winning Super Bowls, so that's how long it's been.
That's a hot minute. But next year's our year.
Yeah, that's what we say. Yeah. Every year till it happens.
All right, we've got an $18 straddle for whatever reason. The Bad Beauties try to limp their way into the pot, and Jack 5-0, good enough for a raise and take it.
What do you want me to do? Smile when I'm raising 3-betting? I'll smile afterwards. Shit. Whatever, blast it away. The 7 deuce is on, you know. We have to, like, you know, beat our game plan.
The 7 deuce is still on. We have seen a couple of failed attempts and a couple of spots where people just had to outright fold it, facing aggression. But yeah, the 7 deuce game is on.
So 10, 20. Double straddle, 10 and 20.
Never mind, forget it.
Yeah, and it certainly hasn't sort of crept up in people's decision-making process maybe too much. I mean, we did see that spot earlier where Slick Rick was kind of on the fence about calling down with just ace high in a big spot. But we really haven't seen too much of the 7 deuce factoring in. I think what it'll take is a couple of players actually winning with it and having, you know, sort of winning the bounty, getting paid out, that everyone will be like, oh, that's right, that's on. People are doing that. Oh, no. And, you know, that'll kind of recalibrate everyone. But we need someone to get one through and not just run into, like, queens or aces or something. Team Bad Beauties, that's PokerFace Ash and PokerMomma. Not involved in this hand. We got Degen Paradise on the Choctaw Nuts. Jack Dewey going for the check call on the King-King-6 board. Wolfgang here in position with the best hand, pocket fours.
It's mostly PLO though here.
Is it? No, it's not.
Here it is. Yeah.
So most of the dealers that only deal with
Very small bet here. Just trying to basically set the price for showdown. Let's see if Degen Paradise picks up on this. You'd think that a king would actually size up at this point to try to apply a little, you know, sort of a little bit of pressure with some of the bluffs and also build a pot. But Jack high makes the call here. I'm not sure if Degen Paradise, if he just thinks that he might be good with Jack high, or if he had nefarious intentions, but no matter what, he's going to get shown the fours at showdown. $69 profit going the way of Wolfgang. All right, a little bit of record keeping here. The Bad Beauties up the most, nearly 750. Love Sucks up 400 bucks, and really only 3 teams are stuck at this point.
Did you make a video about it?
And yeah, it's the Heartbreakers, the Pretty Boys, and the Grumpy Old Men.
Yeah, love seeing Team Bennett there, Mr. and Mrs. Bennett, actually in the profit. 24 bucks. Like Aaron says, a couple of trips maybe, or one trip to Taco Bell there, but after that huge all in to get us started, having to rebuy and then get it back with that 8 on the river that he spiked, and they are in the profit. So a lot of swings so far in this early stage of the night.
Nice squeeze opportunity here for PokerFace Ash on the button. She doesn't go for it, but does get in the mix with a call. Going to play in position with a suited ace-5. 9982 tone. I believe someone has really drilled this board, but we'll have to get the graphics back up on this to be sure. Want to say I saw a 9 in the mix, but don't recall exactly who or what. No, it was pocket 8, excuse me. The Pretty Boys flopping bottom boat. And yeah, I knew someone had connected with this really hard. Whole lot of improvement here for the Jack 6 on the turn and on the river. However, it's just going to end up being Jacks and 9s with the 8 kick-in. The Pretty Boys continuing to go for the check line. And yeah, going to get the bet here on the end. Should see the check raise, and that's going to be pretty gross for the grumpy old men. They've only got 600 left.
Raise.
Yeah, gross spot to be in for Brian here and grumpy old men.
Yeah, really tough when your hand goes from like, I'm betting for value to, wait a minute, like how good of a bluff catcher do I have? And I think it makes a fair bit of sense to bet this river for value. But when you get check raised, especially for the all-in size, I don't know. You definitely need to fold some hands, and having both of the hearts here that interact with the board, it's a little bit tricky. See how the grumpy old men navigate this spot.
Yeah, got to be processing everything from the start. Pretty Boys opening for 30 and then, checking to him on 3 streets. And then putting in a big jam. Just got to smell fishy.
Yeah, trying to find a hand that makes sense that you beat is something like what, right? I mean, there really isn't much. 10x of any heart combination outside of, I guess, 10 king or something. It's really just like king 10 of hearts that you beat. Everything else is just like, how did they get here and how are they bluffing? But does pay it off. I mean, yeah, tough spot there. You river the top pair. Your opponent has checked the whole way down. Yeah. Nice little spot there for the Pretty Boys.
Yeah, Mighty Hammer saying people really don't usually check raise and bluff rivers. It's definitely rare to see that line.
Yeah, I've tried mixing it in at a little bit higher frequency because people usually give it such respect. It's really hard to do it as a bluff in a spot where you're going to have enough value that you can actually get the bluff through, though. I will tell you that a lot of people are skeptical of the just like check, call all the way to the river and then check raise big. People are just like, wait a minute, anytime there's a busted draw or something, like even if you don't have that busted draw, like let's say that he's somehow there with like, I don't know, a 7 or something that, picked up some equity on the turn, goes for the check call, and then just like bricks the river hard and is like, all right, we got to YOLO this in there. People are just going to be like hard focused on the hearts that missed there. And so even if you don't have any hearts, it's not really that conducive to getting the bluff through because people, kind of tunnel a little bit. But
right.
No matter how you cut that one, that wasn't a bluff. He got the one paid off, and we're on to the next hand. Ace-King versus Ace-7. And what a card on the turn we have here. Both players picking up top pair to go with the 9s on board.
Yeah, and Team Love Sucks gets the instant improvement with his kicker to go with a flush draw.
And check, check, turn. Definitely a spot here for Degen Paradise to get paid, and I think for a pretty good amount. Should go for what I would suspect would be a large size after checking flop and turn. Don't really give your opponent credit for a 9 at this stage. So you pretty much have the effective nuts here. You can try to get paid by any of your opponent's bluff catchers. Does go for a pretty chunky size 200. Snap call even.
Absolutely. Snap call by OFC there.
Oh, could have been a big one, huh? Shit.
Yeah, a little bit of a strange decision on the turn, perhaps, to not bet for DJ Paradise. Ace going to be such a good card after he 3-bets pre and then checks flop from out of position. Going to be pretty heavy on Ace X. Decides not to bet the flop or the turn, and that pot stays a little bit smaller, so OFC doesn't lose quite as much.
And just like that, we've got our new players in. We've got Harvey Castro there, joining the Pretty Boys.
I'm amazed, bro.
PokerMomma taking over for PokerFace Ash in seat 8. And that'll be Lucas in seat 2, taking over for Wolfgang Inc.
Once I see the turn, forget about it.
And let me not forget Miss Tanya coming in, taking over for her husband, Vadim.
Heck yeah.
Any money goes on the turn, I think.
All right, so I wasn't sure if we were going to get like stacks swapped or not, but no, it looks like they just come in and they're just trading stacks as well, right?
They are, and table 9 is kind of right behind and to the left of this table, and the other person is going to play that other stack. So they're continuing to play, just at a different table.
Very cool.
So they have the opportunity to win money on 2 tables. That's pretty cool. We'll have to figure out at the end of the night if any of them were big winners on both. That would be pretty darn cool.
Absolutely.
All
All right, 7 deuce goes into the muck there a little too easily. I think maybe a player may have forgotten that the 7 deuce game is on, because that was a real good opportunity to try to take this one down.
Which seat was that in, Aaron? I missed that.
I think it was seat 3, and kind of one of those situations where I think we're so used to seeing 7 deuce and being like, gross, and folding. And instead it's like, oh, wait, that was a single raise and 2 calls in between. This is such a great spot to squeeze and try to get this one through for the extra bounties.
Right, and here we see dead money and flopping top pair had he been in.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Give some back.
Missed opportunity, but I'm sure we'll get a 7 deuce here before you know it that gets played aggressively and is able to take one down, get paid out, and everyone will sort of recalibrate on the fact that, yeah, no, we got to think about that.
I'm digging the pink cowboy hat in seat 2 that Lucas is rocking for Team Wolfgang Inc. Pretty cool. We got to be a tough man to rock a pink cowboy hat, especially in Texas.
All right, Tanya sitting down to her first playable hand, I should say. Jack 10 suited. Going to open under the gun.
We have 24-25 on stream right now. That's fine. 30 is called.
Like right now or later? I would take one right now. Can I have one?
Called on 3. We got 3 players to flop.
You want one?
I'm good right now. Yeah, thank you. Oh, look at the cute little
Okay, 3 players. Checks. Did you get the counter? Yeah.
Middle pair here for the Heartbreakers on the flop, but Tanya going to continue her story. Bet a 40 with the 2 overcards, 3 diamonds. I like this bet, but is going to get called by the Heartbreakers and no help on the turn.
Checks. Check.
Nothing doing by the river. The Heartbreakers still checking, and Team Tanzania not going to go for the jack high bluff.
I was going to do the jack 4 against her. I was going to do it. I thought about it for a second. Would have outflopped it all day. Well, he might have called David.
I'm loving that accent, man. If you guys can hear Izzy's New Jersey accent, loving it.
Yeah, I was looking to get spicy with the flat tire, the Robbie, whatever you please. And yeah, very likely would have gotten that one through by the flop or turn had he played that one aggressively pre-flop, but decided against it. Here we are, hand number 35. Mrs. Bennett going to go ahead and raise this up with the ace-8 of hearts. We really only had the one round of the Nit Game, but maybe now that we've got all of these players in from the outer table, we'll get another round of that going before too long.
Looks like these graphics are a little off, as I saw a 10 on that flop, so we'll see it adjust here in a second.
I'm like, this is the gentleman's way of coming back into the game. This is how it's supposed to be done. 100%. Especially in a bigger game, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, must have been some misreads somewhere along the line, because I mean, I guess maybe just the 10-8 made it straight into the muck, but would be a little bit surprised about that perhaps. As it stands, Mrs. Bennett does drag the pot, and we're on to the next one. I must say I'm really appreciating this format. Shout out to Mallory once again for putting this together, to all the production staff at Texas Card House as well. Really fun format here the last couple of weeks. I think mixing it up and adding a little bit of flavor, getting some involvement from you guys out there in the chat and such. Really cool stuff. So I hope to see more of this. Hope to be hanging out with more of you guys for these fun streams going forward.
Little GTO action from Harvey there, raising it up with the King-7 on the button. OFC saying, I think I got the best hand, brother, and he's going to re-raise to 125. Now Harvey's doing a little inventory on that stack there, Aaron.
All right, so what's for 7 deuce?
It's 25. This one from
Okay, next time I know.
Yeah, we do Sammy's
Okay, I didn't know about this.
No, it's all good. Yeah.
There we go. We got the good reminder there from Johnny, letting everybody know 7 deuce is on.
It's your first time.
And Johnny's done a hell of a job, Aaron, getting these cards out, getting them out fast and giving us some cooler hands and stuff already tonight. So it's been a fun hour and a half plus that Johnny's been in the box here.
Yeah, absolutely right.
4 makes it 30.
Another sort of bottom of range open here from the Pretty Boys, this time from the cutoff. Team Tanzania makes the call on the small blind, and PokerMomma from the straddle completes. 3 players to a queen high flop.
Checks. Checks.
4-liner to a straight here. Nobody has a 10. Still the top pair for Team Tanzania out in front. But we're going to check through once again, and now it's an ace on the end. Should see a check all the way to the Pretty Boys, and we'll see if he wants to go ahead and put a little tickle out there with just the pair of 8s. He will. 55. Gonna try to get a jack to fold. Be an 8 with a better kicker, something like King 8. And sure enough, King Queen is into the muck very quickly. And he's gonna get this one through the best hand and then take it down against the 5 high.
And the Pretty Boy with the devilish grin. He knows he definitely probably didn't have the best of it there, but got that one through.
Yeah, but it's just, I just want to play the right way, you know. I don't want.
There's our VPIPs. Let's see who's down there at the bottom. Mr. and Mrs. Bennett and Wolfgang, a couple that have tangled already tonight, but they're kind of down there at the bottom in the 20s on our VPIP.
I mean, I could fold too, right? So I just chose the fold is what I'm saying.
Actions on 5. Fold.
Heartbreakers open the low jack, and bingo. It's the birds for Mrs. Bennett.
Your ace jack would be
Raise.
crushed.
160.
Nice chunky bet.
One folds, three.
Actually keeps it pretty reasonable, all things considered, out of position from the blind. But even for another 110 only and in position, king queen straight into the muck. She'll take it down.
Straddle 10 this time.
I really do like that hoodie though.
Thank you.
I'm gonna have to
Appreciate it.
Google Lit.
It's a beautiful brand. Yeah, you should check it out. They got some awesome clothing. Good, amazing quality too.
Yeah.
Beautiful like you.
Thank you, sir.
Seriously, everyone looks so beautiful today.
There's all the love going around. Friendly game, but hey, let me still take your money.
Raise. 40.
That's the best way to play this game, you know?
Isn't it? Isn't it?
You sit back, you have a laugh, maybe some drinks, you're all having a great time. And at the end of the night, it's zero sum, and somebody's winning, somebody's losing, you know. But it's good when everybody can maintain that camaraderie and just have a good time.
Wait, hold on. One card matters. One card matters. That's good enough.
Who wanted a bomb pot? Because that's just about what we've got here. 6 players going to see this flop.
There you go.
Check. Check. Check.
Nobody really connecting with this in a big way. We've got the 10 high flush draw
100.
for OFC in the middle here. Bet may just get this job done. DJ Paradise with a couple players left to act behind. Yeah, what are you going to do with the 8 Dewey? But put it into the muck, and sure enough, that's the end of the hand.
Shit. Shit. First card looked like it was a deuce. I was like, I'm golden lot. No one's got a deuce.
That was 100% my range.
That looked like a good flop for a one. I was like, man, I already got a pair. I was like, should I look at the other one? And the other one was like an 8 or a 9.
Quick reminder too, you guys are tournament poker players. We do have the Leap into Spring series coming up, starting February 20th here at TCH Dallas and Social. Go to the website, check out all the calendars and descriptions for the events. It's going to be a good one. So if you are a tournament player or cash player, come on out.
At
The end of February coming up.
But it was like a 4-way or
Just 7 days, a week away is when it kicks off.
How psycho can I be?
The hand against me when you bet that 225, I thought you had 7 deuce, and I'm like,
Everybody gets a pair. Look at
For
this.
sure you had ace high. It was 7 deuce 3. I was like,
8s, 3s, 10s, and the bad beauties, Miss PokerMomma,
the straights.
waking up with the Cowboys.
Raise.
And she's got the button. 7 deuce there has to go in the muck with the 7 deuce game on.
Did you? 25, 25, 25.
Heartbreaker is going to give it his best shot here with the pocket 8s.
3 players.
The CD Lambs.
You get like free or on the river. Yeah, that's the best.
And right in the window,
When you start doing crazy,
the ace is going to be a little bit of an action killer here. But Heartbreaker's flopping middle set with pocket 8s, which has been a hot hand tonight. And Bad Beauty's thinking maybe I should just check these kings, and she does. Heartbreakers, aka Mr. Kelly there, is going to lead out now for 250 with his set of 8s.
What's up, buddy?
Get a quick fold there from Grumpy Old Men.
Who's in the booth tonight?
Oh, baby. I had pocket kings.
Oh, shows the 8s. Casey lets him know that she had the pocket kings. That ace was definitely the action killer there for her hand and helped her get away after getting 8s hit a set on her there. Nice hand there for Kelly, though, and Team Heartbreakers.
Yeah, he's sitting there hoping that she's got some sort of big ace, and
Praying.
in fact, it's like the worst flop ever when you have a set against an opponent that's got pocket kings on that ace-high board. So, yeah, you're just never going to get paid.
10s and 8s are the big hands of the night. That's right. And Mr. R.J. Dupree jumping in the box here. He'll be joining me for the last hour of the stream, but he's going to do his double duties and deal.
Time to
He's wearing
slang some cards.
Slang some cards. You see he's wearing a red bow tie there.
My usual weird shit.
So it looks like we're doing a $15 flip, and we've got a couple of players kind of combining over there on the end. So we'll do a little PLO flip here, get somebody chipped up, you know, cool hundos or whatever, and then we'll continue along. I want to thank you all again for tuning in, hanging out with us here on this Tuesday evening TCH Live. If you haven't already had a chance, please do consider hitting the subscribe button. I'll keep you up to date on all of our future broadcasts and let you know when we're going live for free poker content all throughout the week and even on the weekends with some fun final table action from our tournaments. I imagine we're going to have some good final table coverage here in the next couple of weeks as well, because we've got a very cool series coming up. The Leap into Spring series coming at you at both TCH Social Las Colinas and Texas Card House Dallas, both there in the Dallas area. Over $1.8 million in guarantees for those tournaments. You can check out the website for more information. Got the main event, a $1 million guaranteed tournament with 8 starting flights, $1,100 buy-in. But yeah, $1 million guaranteed in the prize pool. And we've also got a pretty cool tournament here as well, the $100K guarantee PLO tournament going on. So yeah, plenty of good stuff coming up here.
Check.
We might just get an Aaron McAvoy sighting up here in the Dallas area during that series.
Oh, you absolutely will.
That's what I'm talking about. I'm looking for the 9-10 here. There it is. Bad Beauties.
Couple of players with clubs working on the bottom board. The Jack High clubs look to be the best option down there. Of course, it's going to be tricky to actually bring that one home as there's a lot of clubs out of the deck. Here we are, bet of 40 though by the Heartbreakers.
Love Sucks with a beautiful hand here. Diamonds up top and a straight on the bottom. And 2 pair up top to go with those diamonds.
It'll be 305. You said 255 on top of the 50, 305?
Yeah, it's going to be a pot-sized bet here from Team Love Sucks.
305.
And the Bad Beauties, yeah, I mean, she's got the nuts straight on top. Just a gut shot on bottom, and maybe a 10 is good every once in a while. So definitely can't fold, but it's starting to feel a little bit like, all right, we need a clean river on top here to make us feel good about putting any more money in this pot.
Yeah, she's got diamonds as well, and then like you said, open-ended on the bottom there with 9-10.
The safest river there ever was on top. Front door flush comes in on the bottom board, and her opponent checks. I think this is a reasonable spot to go for the bluff. Try to push your opponent off of the best hand on the other board. Anytime the texture changes like that, it's a really good spot when you have the nuts on one board. She is going to go for it. I love this play.
Absolutely.
I'm like, yeah. Like, it's like, because you take care of your teeth, exactly. Plus, it's annoying, right? Just having it in your...
And yeah, you go back over to Team Love Sucks, and you're like, all right, well, my board just completely changed. And what do I have on top? I've got aces and sixes. Not a bad hand by any stretch, but you can imagine some different combinations that you lose to. But now you got to say to yourself, all right, if they don't have the ace of clubs, because obviously that just came out on the bottom board, what were they sticking around with, right? And how do I lose the top board with 2 pair against a hand that has now somehow rivered the flush on bottom, right? So I don't know. I think he could settle on the call here, given that he's got some good strength covering both boards. Let's see if he can find that button and click it.
Yeah, gross card. 9-10 of clubs maybe comes to mind. But I think you're right there. Putting in a call here. His hand's just too strong on both boards. But yeah, you can see he could definitely be beat on both.
Yeah, honestly, I'd expect 9-10 of clubs to even raise and try to get all the money in. He is going to settle on the fold, and really fantastic bet there from PokerMomma, recognizing that that texture changing card on bottom is just such a good opportunity for her to take away the other half of the pot rather than split it with her opponent.
The power of the nuts, too. She had the absolute stones on one board, and I think that was part of his thinking. You know, I just don't have the nuts anymore on either board.
Yeah, and PLO bomb pots, man, there's so much strategy going on inside of that game that, I mean, let's be fair. Like, let's be honest about it, right? Like, a lot of people are not picking up on and are not really recognizing the nuance of all of these spots. It's so many people, they can sort of get to a place in the hand and they're like, I either have the nuts right now or like a really good draw to the nuts, and like, all right, I'm willing to put my money in now. But anything less than that, they're just kind of like snap folding and not really putting that much thought into it.
For sure.
And I think it's really important that that was the ace of clubs that came on bottom. If it was any other club, you'd look at that and you'd be like, oh man, like I lose to so many hand combinations, and you know, it's like the ace of clubs plus one of 3 other cards just like crushes me. But the fact that that card came out, it really makes it tough to lose on both boards. So I don't know, but obviously still a tough spot and could have been beat and, you know, made a good fold, but in this instance was getting half the pot if you found the call.
And Aaron, we are going to get a gift from the poker gods. All the knit buttons are back in their places in the player's possession.
All is right with the world.
All is right with the world. So the true knit button game is on. These players all have knit buttons. Last one to get rid of their knit button will be paying a penalty. So all is right in the world indeed.
Oh, it says you've been.
Oh, and we've got Valentines. Aw, how sweet is that? Mallory giving Valentines to all of these players. That is fantastic.
Did you have clubs?
I haven't gotten a Valentine since like middle school, and yeah, that would be pretty cool to get a Valentine.
It really would. If y'all are out there, send us some love. Aaron and I need some love. I need a Valentine card.
A Valentine card, maybe a box of chocolates. You know, that'll fit in well with my low carb diet.
And my Coke Zero.
With A6 of diamonds, so I had 2 pairs with a diamond. Huh?
Just your pair of aces. Let's see what I got.
5,
So I
6
got the
nuts
perfect.
on the turn.
You've been
Straight.
Valentine. Outplayed.
Not straight.
Outplayed.
And I had a backup 2 pair with the nut diamond draw on top. That's why I potted it.
I blocked you with, I had 2 diamonds just to block you from hitting the diamond.
I just want no club on the bottom and I'm good to go. For a chop at least. Plus I was super free rolling on top.
All right, we run it all the way out to just ace high for Team Tanzania, breaking out the flush draw. The pretty boys here have faced 2 bets and check called both of them.
Oh, that's a good one. That's a good one.
Wow.
Harvey's going to turn his hand into a bluff. Turns it over, and Tanya's like, well, I mean, you just had the best hand.
Absolutely. Gets rid of his knit button. And yeah, that is the lovely Miss Kara that was giving away those Valentine's cards. That's our previous dealer, Johnny's lovely wife.
I know, right?
And as we look at profit and loss here, it's really just the grumpy old men that have sort of financed the game here this evening. Everyone else that's stuck is I mean, we're in the, you know, trips to Taco Bell range. Everybody else that is a winner is doing quite well for themselves, up $100 or more.
Nice hand, nice flop.
And I know Brian's wife, Mismatched Socks, has been in the chat. She's rooting on her man to see if he can't turn around the night for grumpy old men. But the night is young. We're just 2 hours in. We got 3 hours left, so things can change in a hurry. In a Valentine's heartbeat, they say.
Oh my God, shit. I thought that was, I'm trying
He
to
has
get
a
my
thing
nip
for
button.
buttons.
Shit, how many guys won? I got that button, that's it.
You have too many.
Yeah, let's hate more.
Yeah, we do have a nice ensemble down here in the one seat. We've got stuffed animals. We've got a big old, what looks like card protector perhaps now on top of his $1 chips. And now the Valentine's card in the mix as well. So a lot going on down there. Team Wolfgang Incorporated going to raise to 110, and D-Gen Paradise on the button. Apparently going to stick around with the 8-4-0 in case, or unless we have some sort of misread, but we'll go with what we see. Flopping a gut shot with an overcard and the betting lead. Wolfgang Inc. going to continue for 70 into 230. 1/3 size continue, and stack to pot ratio about 2. And it's a board pairing 9, not a good card for Wolfgang Inc. And it just keeps running out 9s all the way down. Ace-Jack here with the tiniest bit of showdown against King-10, King-Jack. And I don't know, you could sort of merge your hand into trying to get pocket 3s or 4s or something to fold. But yeah, I think checking here going to be pretty standard. 8-4 here with a ton of showdown. Is he going to go for some thin value, perhaps? Try to get called by that ace high.
We have ace high. Do we have ace high?
Is that good?
No. I want to bet, though. I'm more curious to see what you have. Check.
Check.
Ace high. I want to see what you had.
I want to see what you had, but I did want to put another $1 in there just in case. Plays it safe, takes it down, gets rid of the nit button.
True, true. It's a good check. And then I'm more curious because I want to see what you had, too. I was like, ace high. Yeah. It sounds right.
Yeah, I mean, I think the solver is going to go for value there, but very often you see a board like this run out, and you're not going to be calling down as widely as you should, you know, a la the server or the solver. So, yeah, just sort of checking back the 8 there, the bottom full house, certainly makes some sense.
Ooh, party foul. Oh, that's chips foul. Jesus.
Nice pot there for D-Gen Paradise, and of course they are still in the lead in the VPIP, playing the most hands
Just a full rack
so
of
far
red.
tonight.
Full rack of red. XO.
All right, Mrs. Bennett coming in for a raise. Ace-6 of diamonds, going to get called, excuse me, squeezed on the button.
340.
And now OFC is going to re-squeeze with the pocket 7s here. Hard blocks the 7 deuces of the world, but YOLO.
This is 335.
Perhaps looking forward to slow rolling when everybody folds, showing a 7 and then pitching the other one into the muck. That is definitely one little extra thing that you can do when the 7-deuce game is on is use the 7s and the deuces to kind of slow roll your opponents and get a little rise out of them. Wolfgang Inc. here is seemingly considering just stuffing it all in here with the Queen Jack, potentially. This is a cold 4-bet, though, from the blind. And Queen Jack O is pretty dusty here. Even if you kind of had, like, best case scenario and your opponent has pocket 10s, you need to improve.
He was willing to gamble. Is it?
So the next two changes are going to be odd and even again, but then I'll do half and half to take the rest. So this hand, I made the oddball. 1, 3. All the odds you said? 1, 3, 5.
All right, so this is going to be interesting, Eric. They're going to change out tag team partners in the middle of the Nit game, so some players are going to sit down and be like, oh, cool, I don't need to win a hand, and others are going to sit down and be like, oh, crap, I'm in the middle of a Nit game, and I have a button still. So this should be an interesting dynamic insofar as the Nit game is concerned with these players swapping in and out. Should be pretty cool. It's kind of like when you play a tag team tournament. I mean, like, these players are just swapping stacks as well, but, you know, I'm thinking more in line with a tournament where, you know, you get sort of traded out, you go back and sit down, and maybe a stack that you built up to like 300K or something earlier is now at like 80,000. And you're like, what happened? You know, it's like there's that shock value of sitting down in the new seat, or like probably passing your partner on your way to the seat and them giving you the look that's either like, sorry, bro, we fucked it up, or like, yeah, dude, like good things have happened. So, you know, you got to go and get the lay of the land real quick.
Absolutely. While they're swapping out, I can't ignore my brother in the chat who loves to needle me while I'm on here, Mr. Nick Gutierrez, one of my favorite players. But Nick, congratulations. Just had a baby boy. Mr. Grant Thomas Gutierrez was born on February the 6th. So while he's trolling me, he's probably changing a diaper right now and in a much shittier situation than I am currently. So
literally.
Hope you're enjoying that. Yeah, literally. Hope you're enjoying that, Nick, though. But thank you for always being a good sport here and supporting our live stream. And thanks to everybody for tuning in. Yeah, still got 160 people checking out this cool tag team Valentine's Day special. So.
Yeah, and while we wait for everybody to get mic'd up and do the switch over, I'm going to go ahead and log into my YouTube account and pop into the stream. Go ahead and drop a like on it myself. And would so much appreciate if you guys out there, if you're enjoying the show and want to help us out, go ahead and hit that like button for us. It helps us get this program out to more folks on the interwebs. And of course, we look forward to having you guys come back and join us for our future broadcasts as well. Hopefully, we'll do more of this kind of thing, you know, mixing it up from week to week, getting a little bit more involvement from the viewers. Really like the format that we've tried the last couple of weeks. And, yeah, hoping that this is something that we can keep doing and not only get more involvement from the chat, but also just more involvement from the local poker community and maybe even folks from outside of the state as well that want to come in and join us on some of these streams. So really cool stuff.
For sure. And this is team sport night, so tell us which one of these teams. We've got 9 teams on this table. Which team you're rooting for tonight?
Ooh, some spicy hands here. Waking up with it. Degen Paradise. Gonna bump this up from the hijack with Ace King. Casey here with Queen 10 of Diamonds. And her opponent does not have the nit button, so she does that inventory to find out if his range is sort of wide enough to continue, and settles on no. John Bennett, though, he didn't come here to fold, and he's got pocket 5s. Going to play this one as a call, out of position, and does not flop a set. Quick check back, though, from Benham. John might not hate this as it goes check, check once again, and a 7 shouldn't scare him either. I think 5s are going nowhere. Should Benham have even fired off a wager, but he does not.
Nice.
All right, we got
there.
some votes here in the chat for Team Bad Beauties. We got the dude saying the grumpy old men about to turn it around. Well, they are throwing the party right now. They could use a turn of luck. But all right, anybody else? Who else are we rooting for? We got anybody with special feelings towards any one of these other teams? Perhaps the Pretty Boys, maybe Team Tanzania, or one of these other teams around the table. Let us know in the chat.
Then you end up not needing.
Yeah. I just wanted to know where we're at.
My favorite team name is definitely Team Love Sucks, since I didn't get a Valentine's Day card this year.
Hey, man, it's not over yet, dude. Tomorrow is, you got till midnight tomorrow to come up with a Valentine's card, and, the dream is still alive, man.
Absolutely.
Pocket Kings here for John Bennett. He has had a little bit of a rough go with the pocket pairs. Did get bailed out sort of in that big spot with the 8s earlier, and then also winning with the 5s just a moment ago. So maybe things have turned around a little bit after the initial stacking. Wolfgang is going to 3-bet him the ace-6 of diamonds, and I sense a 4-bet and a quick fold incoming, but I've been wrong before. Pink cowboy hat. It almost has like the vibe of a doily, It's like one of those. There's a lot of holes going on there. It feels like mesh.
I was thinking it's kind of lacy, kind of sexy for Valentine's Day.
Exactly. That's the vibe I'm getting. I like it. Tricky spots here. Whenever you're this relatively shallow. Ooh, wow. All right. So the stacks here are not quite correct, as we are going to get the 5-bet here with the ace-6 of diamonds. It is not quite all in. There is something to the tune of, I'd say, maybe 300-400, something like that behind. John Bennett, of course, just sort of rips it in there. He's like, okay, if you have aces, you have aces. Like, that's just the way it is. For how much we've got left, it doesn't matter. Here goes the rest of it, and it is a live ace against the 2 black kings here. But Wolfgang Incorporated needs to find some help.
These two teams have been battling. This is the 3rd all-in for Mr. and Mrs. Bennett against Wolfgang Inc.
Yeah, I think there was probably, during the mic switchover, a little bit of a powwow, and it was like, dude, bro, that guy in the 9 seat, F that guy, bro. That guy comes at you, you tune him up, all right? He's right. We got it in good against him twice. We got him once, he got it back. Now stack him. And here's his chance. But it's going to need an ace or some sort of flush or straight to do it here.
Can the kings hold?
That is not a good flop for ace-6 of diamonds.
Somehow with 34% equity here?
No. They need a jack or a 10.
There we go. There we go. It's finally changed.
Yeah, jack or a 10 only on the turn to keep things alive, and that's not going to do it. Full house now.
Dead ski.
Kim in the chat, OFC and Carlos make a great couple. You're absolutely right. In fact, everybody here tonight makes a good couple with their tag team partner. I love the dynamic. I love how we've actually got some true couples between, you know, Mr. and Mrs. Bennett. We've got Tanya and Vadim on Team Tanzania. And, I mean, as far as I know, those are the two sort of couple teams that we have. But, yeah, really cool to see the dynamic here and love the whole setup.
OFC let me know that it was more of an arranged, you know, kind of like an Indian arranged marriage that they paired him together with Carlos.
I see.
He said we didn't necessarily pick each other because they like to battle it out on the felt as well. But the odd pairing sometimes works out.
You know, whatever works. Whatever works.
Widow said she was rooting for Team Wolfgang with some smiley face hearts. Lala was rooting for Bad Beauties and Mr. and Mrs. Bennett. Welcome to the chat, Lala.
Yeah, tough to root against any of these guys. Everybody has been having a good time, playing good poker, definitely mixing it up a little bit from here and there. And the grumpy old men really just kind of taking it in the shorts here tonight, a little bit on the wrong end of some big pots. And outside of that, the money's just kind of been moving around the table. Nobody getting too far ahead or behind outside of the grumpy old men. They are in the mix here, facing a squeeze from PokerMomma, and she's going to get this one through with the King 10. Love to see it.
There you go. Mighty Hammer's rooting for the Heartbreakers, Nick and Kelly, that are playing in seat 3. And Collier Mershon says they have money on Harvey. So rooting for the Pretty Boys.
You know, one thing that I've always thought was pretty cool that they've been doing for a good while now is at the WSOP out during the summer in Vegas. I think it's Sean Deeb and I'm not sure exactly all who puts the thing together, but there's basically a group of people, and it's gotten quite large, that puts together like fantasy poker, specifically during the World Series of Poker, where, you know, if you want to get in, I don't know what the buy-in is, maybe it's, you know, 10K or 25K or whatever it is, right? It's like, it's a group of people that get together, they put a lot of money on this, and then you draft your poker players, right? It's just like football, it's just like anything else. You draft your poker players, and I think they do a, I believe that they do it from a, like,
last longer type things for tournaments, or
no. Sorry, I'm just looking for the word. It's like a salary cap or whatever, right? So like you get $100 or whatever. So now like you start bidding on Daniel Negreanu, and like it could get bid up to, you know, $50 or whatever, right? So I believe that's the way that they do it, and you construct your roster based off of any of the players, right? And so you could sort of pick up a bunch of, you know, kind of relative unknown, maybe like online crushers from, you know, like Bratislava or something. It's just like crazy, right? You pay $2 for the guy because like nobody else is going for him, but he's a really strong online guy who's going to go out there and play a certain number of events. And basically the long and short of what I'm getting at is that not only do I think that's a really cool thing that happens during the WSOP, I think it would be kind of a fun thing to do during, you know, some live streams, but you'd have to be very consistent about the players showing up, because it all comes down to volume. And that's the biggest thing about those fantasy poker things, is that the people that pay extra money to get Negreanu, it's not necessarily because they think that he has some like sort of huge edge over the rest of the good players that are available. It's that that guy is going to play from start to finish. He's going to play every event that he can. He's going to put out content about it, right? Like, you know, he's going to be in every single event, and every time he cashes, he gets points, right? Like, and I think that's how they do it. It's not based on like overall cashes. It's like WSOP points, like system, right? So it's really about volume. anyways, all that is to say that maybe there's something we could do in the future with, you know, mixing it up here, doing some fun different things. Maybe there's a way to get the viewers involved, right? Maybe a little bit of side action, betting on your favorite player. I don't
For
know.
sure.
Just an
Last week's elimination, you know, where we got to vote off people, you know, kind of hinted at, you know, the potential for us to be able to do something like that, where we get the chat engaged. And yeah, I like a lot of these ideas. They're fresh and keeping this game fun. And that last hand there by Tanya, that was kind of a funny slow roll. She turned over the 1-7 as she got rid of her nit button. Made the player sweat a little bit. Maybe she had the 7 deuce, but she did show the pocket sevens. But keeping it fun.
Yeah, I love doing that shit. Anytime the 7 deuce game is on, you can't let the other players forget that it's live. So rub it in their nose a little bit. Another spot here for PokerMomma to squeeze it up, and she's really good about seizing these opportunities. I rarely see her sort of just call in these spots, but she is going to opt for a call facing the open from Grumpy Old Men, who has been a little bit on the tighter side as far as the opening frequency. And playing in position with, you know, king high hand, never going to be terrible. Eight high board here, Grumpy Old Men. Just kind of needs a win at this point. Going to continue for 80. And Wolfgang Inc. Yeah, you're not going to see too many flops that you love. This one with only 2 overs, and both of those overs not really being Broadway cards. Should feel pretty good. Instead, he's just going to fold and get shown the ace high to release the nit button.
And Team Grumpy Old Men is happy to get rid of the nit button after having to pay that tax the first go round.
Yeah, won't happen again. And what are we down to? It looks like the 2 and the 3 seed are our only remaining teams with the nit button. That's going to be Wolfgang Poker and the Heartbreakers. That could be a band right there.
I hear Mallory's alarm going off. I don't know if we're doing another tag or what, but yeah, definitely.
Oh, I think that's right.
Yeah, definitely been fun so far. Getting these new players showing back up at the table, seeing what their stack looks like, what their partner has done or not done.
Mighty Hammer here in the chat says that could be cool for us to bet on our peeps. Yeah, I mean, I think there's a big market just in general for sports betting going on right now. I'll come back to this thought because PokerMomma here waking up with the 7 deuce, the offsuit variety. She's got position on most of the table, and she gets through John Bennett immediately, so she'll have position the rest of the hand. Raises it to 90. And oh my goodness, this is going to be an ace-jack fold for only 60 more. Ship it for PokerMomma. Let's go.
There you go, girl.
All right. I think that's going to be a little bit of a wake-up call here, that folding pre-flop, especially when you have a pretty playable hand, is just like, you can't do it, right? Because if they have 7 deuce, you just, not only are you like light years ahead of beating them in the hand, but also you might have to pay out the tax.
Yeah, I mean, you got nit button game going, you got 7 deuce going. You know, those are just strong holdings for just that small amount more on top of her open. So.
Let's do it, man. We got online sports betting for pretty much everything under the sun, except for poker. Now that's not true. There are ways to, I guess it's maybe more investment as opposed to betting on them, right? Like you can buy action. There's several different websites where you can sort of post your action and people can buy it up and sort of get some sweats in big tournaments, things like that. But I don't know. Maybe somebody in the chat can prove me wrong. But let me know if you guys are aware of this. Is there actually a place where you can do live betting on poker events? I'm not sure that that's a thing. It is tricky, though, too, because there's late registration, right? Like in a sporting event, there's just like everybody that's in the event is in the event, and then the event starts, and like that's the end of it, right? Like chess or anything, you know the lineup, you know who's in, and then it's not like somebody can just like re-enter, or a fresh player could buy in at the end of registration. So it would change things from that perspective perhaps a little bit, but I don't know, pretty curious. Anyways, the pretty boys here are going to end up with a chop after the board pairs. The bottom card here on the end. That is, if we can get to showdown, but instead, Team Love Sucks is going to go ahead and take a stab here for, I think, 3/4 pot, and gets the ace high, his opponent to fold. All right, Tanya here going to be first to act. If you look at our RFIs, Team Tanzania leading the way, 24%. Raise first in. This hand will not be one of those. And we're mucking on down the line over to D-Gen Paradise. It's going to come in from the cutoff. Brooke Nut 08. Let's go, Mr. and Mrs. Bennett. All right. One more shout out for the Bennett family. And if you want to show some love to your favorite team here tonight, go ahead and let us know in the chat. As Team Love Sucks going to go ahead and flop top pair 10 kicker and just lead straight out, but it's the pretty boys with the pair and a flush draw.
Lex to just make the call here, as did D-Gen Paradise.
Yeah, especially after D-Gen Paradise makes the call, it's a spot where you could imagine sort of squeezing it up. The pretty boys here is going to be pretty much the only player that has a 6, and I think betting here makes a lot of sense. Would hate to see this just check through, right? Like you need to build the pot, and you'd love to sort of go into the river with the betting lead. That is exactly what happens. 8 of diamonds changes nothing. Trip 6 is going to be best, and the pretty boys here with 500 in the middle. Stacked pot ratio not quite 2. And it is going to be the all-in play. I think the 2x overbet shove makes a lot of sense here. You have a very narrow range. You're either like super bluffing or have the super nuts. Something like 7-5 could do this. Something like the 6 could do this. And unfortunately for the pretty boys and Harvey, the top pair is going to find the fold here. And I mean, from a solver perspective, I think that's a slam dunk. 2x overbet jam. Against your particular opponent, perhaps you think about going for maybe a smaller size there. But at the end of the day, if you play like a solver, you know, what's the worst you can do?
Yeah, for sure. I was looking at Carlos having, you know, about just under 1,000, and the pot was just under 500. You know, there was just a few bets I think that, you know, he may have felt comfortable, you know, calling with just a queen there. I mean, it was going to be probably half his stack minimum, and Harvey really put him to the test there, making him put it all in if he wanted to make that call with top pair. So good laydown though.
Mighty Hammer in the chat says, isn't there a deal where you can buy stock in players for the WSOP? Well, it's not just WSOP. Pretty much any poker tournament that is publicized, I mean, perhaps there has to be some sort of, or I guess I imagine there must be some sort of partnership at a certain level with different casinos and card rooms and such around the country and the world, where you can sell action on a variety of different websites for different poker tournaments, and that goes for online as well as live. So I don't know the ins and outs. I don't know all the workings, but and I'm not going to do free advertisement or hype up one betting website over another. But I know that you can find them out there. They do exist. And basically, you invest in a player for a tournament on a certain number of buy-ins at whatever markup they're going to charge you. So it's all very clear and straightforward. And I think they don't charge the players. They're not making their money off of, excuse me, they're not making their money off of the investors. They're making their money off of the players. So let's say that I go in and I'm going to sell for the main event in Dallas. I can go on there and say I'm going to charge 20% markup. And then after I get my investors that have all paid 20% more than the buy-in amount that I'm paying, I have to kick the website 3% or something, whatever it might be. I don't know. But as far as I understand, that's how it works. As we have gotten to a river here, check, flop, check, call, turn. Grumpy old men here with the queens and the best hand. But D-Gen Paradise is all in with a couple of blocking cards. And queens are in a tough spot here. You do have to ask yourself, how did we get here and what do they actually have for value? Queen of clubs, a very relevant card, but check, flop after pre-flop 3-betting. I mean, you can imagine that your opponent actually has, quite a bit of sort of ace-jack, ace-10 that just really isn't that concerned about it after you've checked 2 streets. But flip side is that you've got a decent bluff catcher with the queen of clubs. And you've only got 500 left.
I've played
a lot
of poker with Kyle and played a hand. I didn't play the hand, but I was at the table with him the other day. Made a similar call like this. There he goes, makes the call. He is capable of some really strong calls. He's a player that puts a lot of thought into what he does. He's been really playing a lot of solid poker, practicing a lot. Man, that's a good call there, Kyle.
It really is, and I mean, there's several good things about it. First and foremost, let's just give him credit for digging deep and calling off with what is very much a bluff catcher there. And a lot of us as poker players are going to see that spot and just be kind of like, they just always have it, and we're always losing, and doing a lot of folding. But he sees that as a spot that needs to call, perhaps folding red queens there. Or maybe, queen of hearts, queen of spades, something like that, and calling with all the club combos. I don't know, but certainly a good spot there to hero it off on occasion. Does find the right click of the call button on this one, and that is going to be really good news for the grumpy old men. The dude in the chat says, let's go.
That's right.
On a comeback. And just like that, Wolfgang Incorporated is now our biggest loser, as the old men have moved up a rung.
Absolutely. Yeah, I saw Kyle look over to his grumpy old man partner Brian and say his name, give him a little wink, say we're back in this mother. That's all it takes sometimes. Yeah, you don't always have to have the nuts. And props to Benham. I mean, he took a stab. He made his opponent really think one through there, and he almost got a bluff through with the king 3, but Kyle was able to suss that one out and make a strong call. Good.
Yeah, that was the one part of it that we didn't really give enough credit to too, which was Benham going for it. I think his hand is just a slam dunk river bluff candidate. You've got blockers on multiple fronts. You block the flush, you block the straight, and your hand is just super dust. Like, you're never going to win at showdown, and so it's got really good qualities. So props also to Benham for going for it. And, he did put his opponent in a tough spot. It's just pocket queens with the queen of clubs. Really good bluff catching candidate there. Not going to get it through all the time. That is one of the things, too, that I think a lot of maybe newer or less experienced players will struggle with is I don't bluff enough. I know I don't bluff enough. I rarely bluff. And so let me just try it in this occasion. And like, they called. You know, why am I bluffing? I shouldn't bluff. That was terrible. I got called. The one time I tried to bluff, I get called, and you know, it just kind of sets you back in your progression a little bit. You are going to get called when you bluff. It's going to happen, and it's probably going to happen at an uncomfortable frequency because, honestly, people don't like to fold. It doesn't mean that you should just stop folding. It also doesn't mean that you should bluff all the time. It's about sticking with a game plan. It's about trying to develop a greater and larger strategy. So if you get caught bluffing here and there, it's a good thing. Keep at it. Degen Paradise, after check calling a bet on the flop, is going to go ahead and turn the straight to the king. Leads out for 300 and ace king into the muck. So no more money for Degen Paradise, unfortunately for him.
Yeah, big fold there by Nick. Going to give it up to his teammate here as our player swap is happening again.
Oh, okay.
It looks like we got a tasty dark-colored beverage over there for our players, Mr. Bennett. Maybe that's just tea, but it looks like that could be a delicious beverage. Of course, we have some fantastic complimentary beverages there at Texas Card House Dallas. If anybody is in or around the Dallas area, come on down, hang out with us, play some cash games, tournaments all throughout the week, and of course, our fantastic series coming up that I'm very much looking forward to. The Leap into Spring series with the main event, $1 million guarantee, 8 starting flights at $1,100 buy-in. Going to be a fantastic tournament. I'm sure they're going to smash the guarantee. And maybe you prefer the 4-card variant, the Pot Limit Omaha, $100,000 guarantee right there. So that's a pretty fantastic value as well. $600 buy-in, 4 starting flights, $100,000 guaranteed in a PLO event. Really awesome stuff. Anybody that's interested, go check it out. We've also got the 500K mystery bounty, $500 buy-in, all sorts of good stuff going on. Go to the website, check it out, texascardhouse.com/leap into spring series. You can also check it out on Poker Atlas. Really looking forward to all of that. And we've also got the Spring Classic kicking off at the end of the first week of March down at Texas Card House in Spring, featuring a $400,000 main event with a $600 buy-in. So many poker tournaments coming up across the state here at Texas Card House.
Yeah, really cool to be a part of a brand that puts together just some of the best tournaments, not just in the state of Texas, but in the country. We do have people that fly in and drive in from all over the place to play in these events. Really good value, really good structure, and of course, great staff. You know, everything from the dealers, floors, the people that are running the tournaments, our tournament directors. So hope to see you guys out. I know I'm probably going to fire at a couple of those tournaments coming up in this Leap into Spring series to get my spring kicked off, hopefully with some good cashes.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, the tournaments are really well done, especially when, I mean, in any instance, of course, but the team that Texas Card House has built with Poker Atlas has been fantastic as well. And so we also expect to have the Poker Atlas Tour coming back through multiple locations throughout the state of Texas. So really just tons of really well-managed, really well-done tournaments. Fantastic for players with good structures. And the prize pool is just always incredible. I mean, we're talking $1 million guarantees with $1.5 million in the prize pool, or $500K guarantee with $1 million in the prize pool. It's just absolutely blasting things out of the water. Speaking of blasting things out of the water here, Degen Paradise going to try to play this one tricky trappy and perhaps set up a blast of his own. Makes just the call preflop with ace king, and we see a king high board.
And welcome back to the table, Izzy, with the ace king. like you mentioned, does decide to play it a little tricky here.
And continues to play tricky trappy as well. A little bit of extra equity, though, here. The Heartbreakers going from way, way dead to little glimmer of hope, as both Grumpy Old Men and the Heartbreakers have some outs going into the river. But here we go. Is he going to go ahead and bet now on the turn? Just about full pot. And this may be the best way to get paid the maximum, as two players with decent draws and betting full pot now on the turn. I think closing the action here, ace-4 of hearts, like, yes, you could just, like, raise. Absolutely, your hand goes for, oh, my goodness, goes for the fold, though. That was the one thing I did not expect. Ace-4 of hearts there with some strong equity. Certainly any, like, jack or 10 that peels off as well gives you some chances to bluff, but just deciding to fold for 225. Obviously not getting just like the greatest price in the world as far as direct odds go, but the implied odds being out of position, a river heart for backdoor hearts, let's say it's just like the 8 of hearts, and you just check, and someone with jack 10, someone with king queen, someone with pocket nines, they're always betting, and you give them the check raise, and you get that extra added value. Does decide to just let it go, though, and here we are between the ace king with the top and the bottom pair of threes out there. Excuse me, I am off in left field here. The Heartbreakers are the one with ace-4 hearts, and they are still in the hand. For whatever reason, I thought the ace-4 hearts got folded, and it was the queen 10 that was still in.
Yeah, yeah.
All right, I apologize. Everything I just said was complete nonsense then.
That is okay, Aaron. We're going to let you refresh on this hand. Kelly there was definitely trying to get rid of his nit button there, as he and Wolfgang Inc.'s team still trying to get rid of their nit button. And unfortunately for Kelly and Team Heartbreakers, they bricked out on that heart draw.
Yeah, and just like that, what are we down to? Maybe just 3 players with a nit button.
I think it's just the 2, isn't it? Seat 2 and 3.
Seat 1, I think, just still has one too, which baffles me. Unless that's just his like weird card protector that's kind of like a big red disc up on the rail.
Yeah, he's got something red.
Okay, so it's 2 and 3. Yeah.
And he just won that last hand, so that would have gotten rid of it if he had it.
Indeed, you are correct. Mallory giving a shout out to Izzy on Team D-Gen Paradise for the flowers and the balloons up there on the stage. And shout out to Mal for all of the goodies, the cupcakes, the chocolates, all of the surprises for the winners. And that is definitely one of the nit buttons. I guess, is he just holding on to it? Is for ceremonial value, or what has he got there?
Let's see. Yeah, that is weird.
In any case, we've got a battle between the 2 players that certainly have a nit button remaining. It's Wolfgang Inc. jamming it all in against the Heartbreakers with the 4s, and it's a call.
Let's
go. Winner of this is potentially not going to have to pay out the nit bounty if indeed that whatever situation on the rail is no longer in play. And I think you're right. I think that's not in play. He just perhaps hasn't relinquished the button, but here we go, Jack 9-0 against pocket 4s with the Nit Game on the line.
True that.
Is it going to be a Wolfgang bang, or will he be heartbroken?
Ooh, actually, yeah, not a terrible flop for Jack 9. Oh, that's not great, though.
4s hold. I love the immediate turnaround for the acknowledgement from your teammate that we see from these guys at the table. Like, hey, man, I got us unstuck.
You love to see it. As we get the bet counted down here, Wolfgang Incorporated apparently goes into the negative. They're going to have to reach into the wallet to pay this one out. You can't You can't let this go through, as they're going to lose the standing game and get stacked. Go down 125. I love how the RF Poker software here calculates that not only did you get stacked, but you have to pay everyone out, and so you're in negative territory, buddy.
Absolutely.
We got some chatters here as well. We got Danny Marks here saying he thought that Wolfgang would let him be his Valentine, but he's hurt to say that's not happening. So sorry, buddy, Danny Marks. You're gonna have to wait till, I don't know, at least another time to be somebody's Valentine. Perhaps tomorrow. Perhaps another time. We'll see. Vince says let's effing go PokerMomma. Absolutely right. PokerMomma putting on a show here tonight, crushing it between her and PokerFace Ash, who will be back on the stream table here before you know it.
That's right.
They have definitely been playing well and have reaped the rewards. I think up a pretty penny here, as we are waiting on another look at the profit and loss.
And Mr. Danny Marks does have a sweet little Valentine himself, the four-legged variety. So I think he might be winning there after all, with not having Wolfgang be his Valentine. But
yeah,
and he says after watching that hand, he can't afford me anymore.
Yeah, absolutely right. And Wolfgang actually, like, what, he gets to sit down into this situation. He's like, cool, what do I, where are we at here? We're not in good shape.
It's the #1 way to do it.
As his partner in crime kind of got wrecked, and, you know, gonna have to reload here for 1,000 after that hand as well. Back over to Tanya and Team Tanzania. She's got the 10-jack suited once again. She's going to make it 50 to go. Gets called in at least one spot, perhaps another. But no, ace-9 is into the muck. It'll be heads up to a flop.
That's such a good answer right there. If I wouldn't have shown my cards, I would have won. I was just being nice.
Middle pair for Tanya, checks it back. Deuce of spades now on the turn, changes nothing. Pocket eights, still not feeling great about what has transpired here, but it is just half pot on the turn. Can he stick around for an additional street?
It's good too for everybody. Yeah, just think about it, right? Yeah, absolutely.
Ooh, he does, but as a raise. Spicy play here, taking the eights and turning them into a bluff. Awkward spot here, because what better hand than Jack-10 checks back the flop but feels emboldened to raise turn. Love the call here from Tanya. And with 4-4-4 in the middle, we get a harmless 4 on the river. Could it be any other card? No, it cannot. Quick check from Tanya, and Grumpy Old Men here, I think, I mean, a mandatory bluff spot, but at the same time, 2 bricked draws, and you have third pair. Yeah, he's going to shut it down with a check. He doesn't lose any more. I'm not so sure he missed a bet as much as saved money, but at the same time, who knows? Maybe a big wager gets through. As it stands, good play by Tanya. Nice call on the turn, and she ships a good little pot.
Yeah, just as you were saying, as she was making the call, you know, the check back on the flop, I think she just thought her hand was just too strong to let go and took it down. Nice hand there for Tanya.
So I see what that red button is now for Izzy in the 1C. It's a bomb pot.
It says
button,
bomb pot, doesn't it? Yeah.
Yeah. But I thought it was just one of the Nit Game buttons that he had placed his marker or his chip protector or whatever, card protector on top of. But no, it's a bomb pot button, which I don't know where he got that from. But
yeah, maybe at some point they will incorporate the added bomb pot into the game. But for now, we've just got the 7 deuce and the Nit button game going.
Yeah, and as far as the 7 deuce game goes, this has been a little bit extraordinary as far as not only the number of times that we've seen it get attempted, which has been relatively modest, but like nobody has gotten deep into a hand with just like 7 deuce, like full blown nothing burger on the river, like with 3K in the middle. Like nobody's gotten there. It just hasn't happened. It was just PokerMomma 3-bet pre got it through. And other than that, have we even seen anybody get paid on it? I don't think so. It was like one hand. And the other people that tried it, they were like, I'll raise and then see like 3-bet, 4-bet, and they're like, cool, I'm done. All right, you guys could figure it out. Fun one developing here as we are, just king high versus 9 high. Sorry, I thought we made it to the turn, but we did not.
Yeah, battle of the trash. Let's see who wins. But yeah, we didn't get to the turn.
One bullet.
5 bullet guy, 7 events, so he's looking at like 50 bullets.
Hell,
I gotta boost the prize pool.
I gotta play my part.
The main event's a freeze out, you know? I run so good.
The main event's a freeze out?
So, crazy enough as it is, here we are, halfway through February 2024, well on our way to WSOP 2024. You going out there? You gonna play any events this year? What do you got going on?
Man, I'm going to have some real run good to get me to get out to Vegas. I think I'm going to stay local this year. But make it a wild hair. We'll see.
Maybe run good in one of these spring into or leap into spring events.
That's right.
Take you out there.
Make a real deep run. I think that'll be a no-brainer. You know, we'll be like old Mikey from Rounders. We'll give our Vegas shot.
Well, I certainly hope that happens for you. And I certainly hope that I can continue the little streak of run good that I've been on here the last couple of months and, power into the summer, because I would love to go out there and have a good result. At the very least, make another decent run in the main event, if nothing else.
You want to sell like 100% of each other, so that way we're just playing each other?
Yeah, made some day twos, and then some of these bigger tournaments here recently just haven't had that deep run that I've wanted. But you got to keep firing, and I've definitely made it a point that I'm going to play more tournaments this year instead of just playing cash games. So going after a big score.
Excellent. Izzy here getting one through, ace-5-0 from the small blind against PokerMomma's cutoff open, ace-10 off. The price was almost good enough, but ace-10-0, it definitely does feel bad whenever you get 3-bet from that position. The one interesting thing that I'll say about these sort of late position opens and 3-bets from the small blind is that not only will you be able to give your opponent a lot of these sort of light 3-bets, but whenever you do have position and your opponent's going to have a lot of just sort of junky aces as well as like junky broadways, even if you're dominated, let's say that she's got ace-10-0 and he's got ace-queen or ace-king, right? You add in all the other stuff, and it's like, yeah, you're actually doing pretty good against that other stuff. Now, let's talk about the stuff that you're doing pretty bad against. Ace-king, ace-queen, ace-jack. You're in position, and there's going to be a lot of super dusty flops that are going to be super favorable for your range. And so, like, let's say that it comes 10 high. Obviously, that's really good for you. You have ace-10. Okay, let's say it comes 9 high or 8 high. Like, they're just going to be in a really rough spot. And even if it comes like king-jack 4, like, you can float one in position because they're going to down bet a lot of the time because they're out of position. And, yeah, like, there's just so many opportunities to stick around. If you aren't getting, like,
7 deuce
completely crushed, I think it's a good spot to continue. I am running my mouth here during a 7 deuce showdown, and the grumpy old men are indeed going to get paid off. So pretty good stuff right there.
I think you had the initiative.
Absolutely. Had to celebrate that one because that was Kyle's 3rd try at the 7 deuce for Team Grumpy Old Men, and finally gets that one through on a king high board with absolutely nothing and gets Slick Rick and the Pretty Boys to fold there. So, yeah, I didn't want to cut you off in the middle of your story, but that was a go Grumpy Old Men moment there for sure.
It absolutely was. And I mean, we need to see more of those. Let's
Absolutely.
be honest. You know, more 7 deuces and playing them to perfection, as the grumpy old men did there. A little bit of momentum here, perhaps, for the team in the 7 seat. Another quick poll here for anybody that's just tuned in or perhaps wants to do another little shout out. Who are you rooting for here? We got another change of faces and back to some of our original players on the live stream. Still working with about half the table of the sort of the replacements, if you will. Let us know in the chat who you're rooting for. Who do you think is going to come on out on top, I should say, and see how this hand develops as well, as Team Love Sucks here with an opportunity perhaps to squeeze, but not a lot of stack depth and already facing a raise and a re-raise in front. Ace-3 of diamonds, it's like YOLO territory, or just let it go and fight another day. Instead, we're going to go heads up between 6-5-0 and 10-king. Michael Miller here rooting for the ladies, Casey and Ash. I suspect we'll get Ash back on the table here before too long. Here we go, both players with a heart, neither player with a pair. Wolfgang gonna bet 30 into 260.
Interesting.
I've heard of down bets. This is
micro betting.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. Yeah, that is a micro bet for sure.
Little pin prick, not a full-on stab.
Does get called, and now another check here. How does Wolfgang respond? I mean, honestly, this is where you go for the big over bet, but it's kind of strange with the micro bet on the flop. He's going to continue with the line for another micro bet. Yeah, deviating strongly. Danny Marks rooting for all the ladies.
VV giving me my Valentine shout out. Hey, babe.
Ooh. Hey, hey. All right, checking a call here. 6-5, getting strung along. Needs to find an offsuit 7 or even a pair, but doesn't. It's a pair of 10s for Wolfgang on the end, and I will wager a micro wager that we don't see another micro bet.
And it may be coming from Izzy.
Well, if anybody's betting, it should be Izzy, and it should be for a large size.
Absolutely.
But this is super awkward. And I say large size, but yeah, actually a middling size, because, yeah, it would be a jack if anything. Yeah, this makes a ton of sense. Love the play here, actually. And Wolfgang going to give his opponent the stare down. The 10 of hearts. Very relevant card, but
coffee inside the espresso. It's really going.
He said, why is your neck moving so much?
Not nervous.
It's like 2 big blinds. Pretty easy to pick me out anywhere. You know you're not getting raised on never going on the run.
So apparently Izzy might be giving off a tell with his pulse. Wolfgang telling him about it too. Oh, tells him about it and folds.
Doesn't show it. I love that too. A lot of times people like to show the bluff. With that table talk, I think that was a good time to maybe make Wolfgang think that, you know, he needs to keep questioning what he had there.
And I'll tell you one thing. If I ever see somebody's pulse and I think that's given me some information, I never tell them about it. That's for damn sure.
I guess when I have quads.
Nice bet there. And Michaela Garcia saying Mr. and Mrs. Bennett is who she's rooting for. Welcome to the chat.
All right, double straddle here, the 10 and the 20 on PokerMomma. Going to be first to act, and she's got the 7 deuce. I'm calling it right now. Hand number 63, hand of the night. 55 is the open.
Let's go. Aaron's making the call. Putting in the call. Hand of the night coming up right here.
One caller here from the Pretty Boys. Suited connector on the bottom end. Team Tanzania going to come along. Suited Queen 9 and Grumpy Old Men. The King 3-0. Honestly, if you had to pick some hands to go up against with the 7 Dewey, these are the ones. The best way ever to win the 7 Deuce game is to just actually win at Showdown because you have the nizzles somehow. She is going to flop 2 pair against top pair no kicker.
And Aaron McAvoy, you nasty man, you called this. Let's go.
Channeled it into 15 minutes ago universe. Hand's not over yet, though. Kings and 3 kicking here for the Grumpy Old Men. And obviously this man not going anywhere. Does make the call. Casey going to need to fade some 2 pair opportunities on both turn and river. Queen of clubs on the turn. Brings in some backdoor draws. Grumpy Old Man checks. So with 373 in the middle here. Torn a little bit between a rock and a hard place here. Kelsey would love to just win the pot right now, but also has a really strong hand, would love to get paid. Yeah, she goes big. I think this makes a ton of sense. You just kind of go down the middle. You're like, if I get called, I'm probably making money both ways. If I get the fold, so be it. Doesn't matter if you have pocket 8s and just decide to ditch it, because I'm not trying to get paid 3 streets and win the bounties across, you know, against 8s. So she does get called and fades the river. Going to be 2 pair against the top pair no kicker. 3 really shrivels up on this run out, though. Honestly, would have loved to have seen like a 2 or a queen or something like, maybe, sorry, not a queen, but a 2 or a 7 for Grumpy Old Men to get their kicker promoted up to that queen.
Could she go super small to try to get a call?
She's just going to take her showdown. Honestly, if she's going to bet, I think she needs to go really big. I wouldn't go small. 2 pair there, unblocking top pair.
Yeah, I just felt like she didn't get a lot of resistance from Kyle there, and, you know, what's he going to call with? But I know a lot of the new play says to go big when you've got a big hand and try to get called there.
Well, it all comes down to what she blocks and unblocks. She blocks all of the small sets, and her opponent literally can't have top set, so he's going to have a lot of 1 pair holdings with just a king. So it's not like you want to go over bet size. You're not trying to polarize that much, but you can go 2/3 and like a king no kicker, or maybe king 10 or something, right? Forgive me if that was 2 pair, but like, you know what I'm saying, like king X that's not that good because literally, you know, she 3-bet and just got called. It's not ace king. Those sorts of hands are just going to be in that kind of awkward limbo. They're like, well, I can't just fold this hand all the time. I would get bluffed out of the water, and she can get a lot of value from those hands. So I think she played it really well, and probably could have gotten 1 more bet through on the end, but
yeah,
still gets the extra 200 from around the table. And really good spot there. 7 deuce. Let's go.
She knew it was a win, and good call, but by the way, they're pre-hand there saying that was going to be a good one, and sure enough, it was.
DFS Brat, what up, chat pros? Hey, what's up, man? Welcome to the stream. And thank you to everybody else, nearly 200 of you fine folks hanging out with us here on TCH Live Tuesday. So we got Pocket Kings, Red Kings, up against 2 opponents. And not the greatest flop in the world if you are the holder of 2 Red Kings. As of right now, still the best hand, and far and away the best hand, but that board right there, a little bit scary. Check in front, and love this bet from John. Goes 2/3 with the naked queen here and the 3 of clubs. Can actually represent on a lot of turn cards that don't improve his hand, this being one of them. Grumpy Old Ben almost never going to check a jack on this board. Certainly can from time to time against 2 opponents in position, but I would love to see John just continue barreling here, and he does. 150, 3/4 pot size bet as we're going to get another table change here. We see Tanya and Vadim trading out the microphone. Back over to Grumpy Old Men, and a little bit of a scowl on the bearded face of this man right here.
He just lost to the 7 deuce, and he's thinking, can I really be up against a jack here? I've got kings. I played it slow.
And we're going to go find out where you're at style. I mean, it's going to work in this scenario, and I think plenty of people will say, hey, kings are strong enough to raise. Like, why wouldn't you? Honestly, this is not your board. And I don't think you're going to do a lot of checking on this flop with the jack unless you have a very specific holding. I'm just going to say he kind of was fortunate to get that one through because there's a lot of stuff in John's range that's not going anywhere. And then you check raise that turn, and every river sucks for you. Like, okay, maybe the deuce of spades or something. Like, yeah, okay, maybe some of those aren't like that scary. But, like, you're still out of position, and your opponent called your check raise. Like, what do they have? You're always checking river. And if John just gets a wild hair and goes all in or blasts it on the river, like, you hate your life. So that was very much a find out where you're at and hope for a fold. And that's always kind of a weird spot to be in.
Well, he got some of that money back from the previous hand. He lost to PokerMomma with the 7 deuce hand. And now he's got his partner coming in, Mr. Brian.
Yeah, we've almost got the full flex back as, well, we rotated through half of the players, and now we're back through the other half. So, yeah, we should have Ash coming in here. There she is. And we got a nice mix here. I like the way that we've rotated. And, you know, we've got a good eclectic mix of players from both the starting table and the off-stream table. And here we go on to the next one. Hand number 65 coming at you guys. A little bit of love for R.J. Dupree from Caleb here. Saying one of his favorite dealers over at Las Colinas. And he's going to be in the mix doing some commentary with our boy Eric here in about an hour when I take my leave. But Mrs. Bennett here going to be under the gun facing a $6 straddle. She's not going to participate.
She loses, I'm not going to slow the game down.
Pretty boys here. Mandatory 3-bet status with the ace-5 suited against this small open. Interesting spot here for Vadim. Honestly, I think the cold 4-bet is the way to play this. 60 is the bet, and here we go. Cold 4-bet to 200. Love the size, love the bet. And unless the pretty boys decides to YOLO 5-bet, I think this hand is over. Price not quite right to call. Although you are in position, you're relatively deep. Stacked pot ratio will be about 3. I suppose you can call from time to time. But, I mean, I prefer the fold or the 5-bet. Slick Rick, though, weighing his options. The thing is that if you're going to 5-bet, you kind of have to click him. Oh, he's going to jam it. Never mind. I was going to say, you kind of have to click him, and instead he goes all in.
PTO play. The ace-5 suit, I swear, I keep seeing that shit. You guys are all studying these charts
Yeah.
and shit. It
Slick
works.
Rick here, pedal to the metal, let's go. Gets it through. Well played by everyone, honestly.
Never really had it. I mean, if I have it, I mean, I never really have it like in that type of scenario, I don't think. I mean, sure, I've raised 3-bet, sure, you know what I'm saying? Also, these stacks are a lot different than a lot of some other stacks, too, so you could just say fuck it with 1,000.
Very relevant statement there by Izzy. Says these stacks are different than other stacks. And a lot of these players are familiar with playing much deeper, playing a bigger game, honestly.
I'll give you a chance to get some back, my friend.
Some of these players, not so much. Really good mix we've got here.
Oh, I need to start to stay 10 so I can be more.
That's okay. 20 is fine.
No, it's cool. You're cool with 9. What is it, 9 or 18? Is that 18?
Yeah.
It's the rules, just the rules, of course. Yeah, yeah. You don't want. Yeah. The last thing we need is the higher powers and yelling at the floors or something. Yelling at the dealer.
18 is the straddle, and only callers down the line. Looks like honestly just one caller? Straddle and a caller. Okay, heads up to a flop we go for 18 bucks a piece. James Lewison in the chat. Hello all. Hello you. What's up, man? Welcome. Jack 10-5 two-tone. Nobody connects. Pair of threes still best. Have pot bet and a call. Ace of spades. Good card for the pre-flop aggressor. Should be able to continue with just 8 high and get this one through a lot of the time. And indeed, it is a bet and a fold.
I was gonna do like my usual like 30 boxes of pizza that I always do, but then I spent like so much on all this stuff and everything. So yeah. So I was gonna do the pizza thing because I usually get like when I play on the stream, I usually get like pizza for the dealers, pizza for us, pizza for the streams. But then I had no idea like all this stuff will cost so much until I went to the register.
Shout out to Izzy for buying all this stuff.
Are they expensive? I don't even know.
And shout out to Izzy for also always bringing pizza and stuff for the dealers and the players. Really cool stuff.
And shout out to Mallory if she wants to bring me a chocolate cupcake so I can stuff my face.
And shout out to anyone that wants to teleport me any of the above, pizza or cupcake, into the booth here in Austin, because I would doubly appreciate that.
Is it for real? Oh shit, okay, all right, you were that's serious, that's serious.
All right, over to PokerFace Ash, one half of Team Bad Beauties. Been running pretty good tonight. Things have been going well, playing well, bluffing well. Gonna make it 60 to go here against the $20 straddle. Out of position, honestly, would go even larger, and she's gonna run straight into it. Wolfgang Incorporated, the Wolfgang man himself, on the ace-king suited. Gonna be able to play this one in position, facing a raise to 60. Let's see his sizing choice. So he does indeed bump it up to 180. 3x in position makes a lot of sense, and PokerFace Ash, I think, with a very standard call to go to a flop. Always awkward to be out of position. You never love having a situation where you're mostly going to whiff and just have to check and fold. But pocket six is far too strong to fold. She does make the call, and here we go. Ace, jack, jack on the flop. Not what she was looking for, and exactly the kind of flop that Wolfgang wanted to see. $373 in the middle, pretty standard spot for a small continue. Something to the tune of 90, maybe $100. 85.
Yeah, right on cue there, 85.
Good size here from Wolfgang. He's in position. His hand is super top of range. He's also going to have some like king, queen, some king 10 suited, and all of those hands are going to be loving the small bet and call, because like it's just really unlikely that his opponent has connected with this board in a way that has got him beat. is going to pick up the royal flush draw here on the turn. Certainly a spot that he can go for the bet check bet line if he wants to. A lot of people will look at this turn card and say, oh, mandatory continue. But the problem here is that you get all of the hands that you're beating just snap fold. And you have so much equity and probably are just still best that I love the check back here. Absolutely love the check back. Here we are going to get aces and jacks on board with the 10 kicker. Ash is super counterfeit and totally dead here. She's going to have to bluff if she wants to win the hand, but it's the most awkward spot in the world from out of position here to bluff. If she does, I hope she only goes like 175. If she decides to check, also very reasonable. Going to go for the in-between size.
Yeah.
And this, I mean, I understand it. You're trying to get a jack to fold, I suppose. I just don't think a jack's going to fold. Honestly, the in-between size to me is kind of just like the ultimate in like torch, because you bet more than would be sufficient to get like, I mean, I guess king queen. You are trying to put king queen in a tough spot. Okay, so
and
they got Broadway, but yeah, like they have Broadway, but they don't block any of the boats. So this size actually does put that under the most pressure. I get it. I get the value of the in between size. The tricky part is that, like a jack, I don't think is folding to this size, which is why going a little bit bigger than the small size just doesn't even make sense.
Yeah, I think Wolfgang's check back on the turn, you know, made her think that maybe he's got kings, queens.
Nice call.
Oh, he just calls. A little bit concerned about quad jacks, I suppose. I mean, I don't know. Going all in, you don't get called by anything worse. It does make sense. You could click it back, maybe, but then it's like super awkward if you click it back and get jammed on, because now you actually are worried about pocket jacks. I think the call there makes a lot of sense. James Lewison was hoping she checked. Yeah, I mean, she gets to the river with one of her worst hands. She is going to have a fair number of those counterfeit two pairs, so she doesn't have to bluff with all of them. That is definitely fair.
That was really cool.
We see the cards, you know, so it's a little easier.
Yeah, no, that's probably the biggest thing here. Whenever I talk about strategy and I say what I think, you have to take that with a grain of salt. Like I try to be, you know, up to date on the game. I try to be studied on what's going on, but we can see the cards, and that does influence our discussion about it. So it's very fair. I mean, the truth of the matter is that you get to a river there when you get counterfeit, and you go from a hand that goes from bluff catcher to like full-blown garbage, and you have to decide as a player at the table in the moment with thousands of dollars in front of you and however much in the middle, am I going to pivot from bluff catching this guy that I think could be bluffing to now I'm going to try to bluff him off of a better hand? And that's a difficult decision point. Like, that is not easy for anyone, no matter how many hands you've played and how many times you've been in that spot. So, yeah, Poker View says, nice try, Ash. I agree with that. Nice try. The middling size, I feel like I see how she's maybe trying to apply pressure to a king-queen, but maybe even just the small size and be done with it if she gets raised makes some sense. Or just completely give up on the pot, right? It's like, what is Wolfgang 3-betting you with from the straddle there when you have already raised? I mean, every once in a while he could have some like 9-8 or something, I suppose. But anyways, here we are on this one. Tens full of kings and trip kings on the end.
If you wanted to see cards, you would see them anyway.
Somehow this hand gets only bet up to 500 in the pot, and Wolfgang loses the absolute minimum.
Yeah, I heard him say that looks super suspect, and he just calls. And his read was right. There was just too much out there just the trip kings with the dangling jack, which did block some of those straights there, but he just didn't feel like there was a reason to put in a raise with that.
Yeah,
open.
that was a funky hand. I know I was running my lips through most of it, and that was a spot that a lot more money definitely could have gone in, and I think sort of wisely recognizing was Wolfgang, kind of similar to, I mean, honestly, the spot where he had the ace-king on the ace-ace-jack-jack board. It's like, if I go all in, what calls me? A better hand and a chop. Like, I'm not getting called by a worse hand. And he's recognizing the same thing here. He's like, I'm either super dead or, like, a worse hand can't call me. So he just calls.
Savannah was in such a weird spot with the flop in the middle set there with tens. She was first to act, so leading out there, she decided not to and checked it to her opponents, and it just kind of got worse on the turn. Obviously, she fills up on the river and decides then to bet, but that was a weird one.
The buttons are right behind you.
And we have another beautiful lady joining us in the box this time. That is Miss Mary. She's going to be our dealer for the last portion of the night.
No, next. From the hold'em.
You see the Nit buttons are being passed back around, so we've got the Nit game back on, hand number 69 on Valentine's Day.
You got it when you win.
Really?
Yeah.
We've never done it like that. It's weird, sorry.
They're going to do a bomb pot here, the PLO variety again.
Did you get the Nit button? Is he? Okay.
Thank you.
Brilliant. Can I get half my money back if I fold?
Yeah. It's like what is like a casino table game.
Like surrender?
I forfeit. I surrender.
Jack 8-3 up top and all spades on the bottom, queen high. We'll be looking for some spades for that board.
Suck at these things. I think one of you guys
Pretty Boys has 3 queens in their hand, so they do have a set of queens on the bottom board. Grumpy Old Men has all of the spades, including the nut spades.
Summers. You guys are learning this ace-5 shit.
And a straight flush draw with the 9-8 of spades. Tanzania has the nut hearts up top, as well as an open ender. Pair of jacks. A lot of stuff going on here. Pretty Boy's hoping to fill up here.
Hi, Carlos.
Down to just 3. Great turn card there for Tanzania. Gets the straight there. The 9-10.
Yeah, awkward spot on the flop for sure. Like, has a bunch of equity on one board and is probably dead, as we can see is dead on the other one, but drills it on the turn. And now with the redraw to the nut flush, has pretty much no worries other than getting quartered or perhaps backdoor diamond sort of drawn out on. But yeah, given the action here, now down to heads up, it's a pretty trivial call and just sort of check call anything on the river most of the time. Unless something really awkward, like I guess an 8 peels off and your opponent goes all in and maybe you reevaluate your life, but
yeah, tough spot for Slick Rick because all his boat outs appeared to already be gone.
Yeah, 6 of hearts now on the end. It's full-blown nuts here for Vadim, and he is going to jam. Makes a lot of sense. But a quick call with the other nuts, and it's going to be nuts versus nuts. Chop it up.
I wanted to be paired, but Oh, you. No, you. I guess. Yeah.
Flop the nut.
Flop
River
straight.
the nut.
Jack. Straight draw.
Straight draw, yeah. You guys both
Everybody
have
pointing at it, talking about what they had. And
I see, I see.
If I will have more chips on the river, paired. But he will call me with this shit anyway.
I love it. He will call me with this shit anyway.
That's right.
Yeah, he will. He will.
We've got a great variety of folks from all over the place here. We've got Ukraine represented. We got Jersey represented. Oklahoma, Texas, Iowa.
And we've even got Skull Mike in the chat as well.
Nice.
What's up, buddy? How you
Nice.
doing, man? Yeah, well, he spells it different, so it makes difference, you know? That's why you don't know him.
Yeah, this one's short for Eric, not you guys, Slick Rick. You guys are fun though, man. Welcome to the chat, brother.
Nick Game on.
Happy to have you.
Game on, game on.
And yeah, let's keep on cooking. Hand number 70 here as we move along here in this fantastic Valentine's edition of TCH Live Tuesday. Gonna be a straddle to 20. Team Love Sucks gonna go ahead and limp it in, and a couple of jacks here for Mrs. Bennett. Wolfgang gonna wake up with the ace-9 suited, decides not to go for it. King-queen off right behind it as well, so getting some respect here is Mrs. Bennett, and that's gonna be the end of it.
There she goes.
I thought she was going to show. We're going to get her.
No, she's too wise. Savannah's too wise to not show.
Get rid of your button. If you don't show.
Gets rid of the nit button there.
Easiest Nit game ever. Starts, jacks,
Jacks.
raise, everyone folds.
Yeah, not a bad way to start off the Nit game is getting rid of
That's
your
right.
button first. That's for sure.
When PokerMomma gets 7 deuce, she flops 7 deuce. What a life. It's the V-Day. Come on, we had no chance, boys. We have no chance. The higher power is on the ladies. Ladies, higher power. Hey.
Ladies are definitely showing out tonight.
D-Gen Paradise getting after it here on the button with the 9-5. Oh, definitely outside of the standard script.
Wolfgang really working on that follow through on his fold.
Yeah, he likes to helicopter the cards out there for sure. I mean, I've played with him, and I've played with a couple of players that kind of implement that fold, and I've seen it gone the wrong way on multiple occasions. Not only just like everybody at the table just looks up because like there's a bunch of cards helicoptering in the air, and sees at least the bottom card, if not them getting flipped over. But you know.
He had the whole arm out there and he extended it. I was like, I wonder if that's what his jump shot's like too. You know, he just, I'm gonna leave that up there. You know, kind of like the dude in White Boy Can't Jump. Just it's pretty. It's so pretty.
So pretty.
Nah, still beats me. Thought I was gonna rip it. Not rip it, but.
Jack 4-0 gets it through. Let's go.
9 high versus Jack high. We're both live as fuck.
At least it wasn't on stream.
9 high versus Jack high. He was ahead. If I hit a 9, he hits a Jack, I ain't folding.
Wolfgang giving some props to Pretty Boy across the way. There we go. Tell us how you really feel.
That's right. There's that good table banter.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm usually good for one of those too. A little bit of like, you know, props, and then you drop the, yeah, you fucker.
That's right.
All right, the open from Mrs. Bennett, D-Gen Paradise coming on in, and Wolfgang, who may be inspired. Never mind. I was like, come on, you just watched Slick Rick win with Jack 4-0, and you're not even going to think about it? Come on, man. He would have gotten this through, too. 3-bet with the Jack 4 on the button. No chance any of these players are sticking around. But instead, we're going to go 5 ways to a flop. Comes 9 high, 2 spades.
Couple gutties here for some people. Savannah with the combo and spade draw with the gut shot. Gonna take down another one on a little mini heater here.
Ooh, just banked an 11 in the TCH Live loyalty points. That's going to be good for negative 500.
I was looking at that. I was like, wait. I've got a DGen gambling co-host who's getting his ass kicked in the loyalty points over here.
It's cool. It was only 500. I could have gone all in and dusted it all off. As it stands, we look at the actual win and loss over here. We've still got Wolfgang Poker team taking it in the shorts. Down 2K. We got the Grumpy Old Men crawling back to a loss of 1 buy-in, stuck 1,000, but no longer at the bottom of the pile. Grumpy Old Men have raised it up. Ace, Jack of Hearts going to face a little bit of resistance, at least from the button. And indeed, it is the only caller. The Heartbreaker is in seat number 3. Going to play this one in position, but a tough flop to defend with the ace-3 and no heart.
Yeah, we saw the queen-jack just go into the muck there, but pretty good flop there for Grumpy Old Men. Gets rid of his nit button. This is a new look for Brian there, wearing the red. He's normally in his traditional black hoodie. Had to give him a little hell because you could tell that red shirt was fresh out of the box with the creases from the folds in it. He said, "Yeah, I bought
right
it."
Under the bus, man.
Oh yeah, he said, "Yeah, I bought it today." No, he's got a look. He's black hoodie, jeans, headphones.
That alone makes the experience better, you know.
Gotcha. No, everybody rocking the red and the pink here tonight.
Right.
High society, nice fashion, good stuff. Love the dealer outfit as well. Got the headband.
Pretty hearts on the dress. That away, Mary.
Yeah.
Looking lovely.
Gonna raise to 21 here apparently, and DGen Paradise very quickly gonna change that to an even number. Ah, 7 deuce, come on. Oh no, for a single bet?
He made a big entire, like,
I'm disappointed.
Oh!
You can't say it. Now you get the button.
Wait, I can't lose in that because you reminded us. How does this work?
So she gets the button.
She gets the button, I show.
Uh-oh.
You get the button.
Yeah.
So we've been hoping. Last week we had this same situation, and nobody was given the penalty. Savannah warned the player.
I'm in mid combo. I had no idea what was going
Savannah warned him about the nit button, so she's going to now get his nit button.
At least you get to see his cards, I'm saying. Like, he showed us his hand. At least you get to see it. You wanted to see it, right?
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
He wasn't going to show is the problem, so the game went on. Someone must be punished.
Race to 21.
I tried to help you. You can't be mad at me. I tried to help you.
Even I was like,
Did you? You guys are all in pay attention. That's the best way to do it. Talk to somebody that's like completely
because
distracted.
you went like that, and I'm like, okay, he's not going to get rid of his nit button now. And then she goes, show, and I'm like, what?
The rule is if you say something and remind whoever, not even just the
So
partner.
they fold without showing.
And you say, no, you got to show, and then boom, now you get the
Like,
nit
he
button.
was folding, but you reminded him,
But now
right?
if nobody
So
says
then you
anything,
take
I just
nit
win the
button.
pot, and I still keep the nit button.
Okay.
You live and you learn.
You live and learn.
Live and learn.
You can't possibly lose the Nit Game now. It won't happen.
Don't worry, the higher power's on the lady side today. Don't worry.
It always happens. It always happens.
Did you know
Yeah,
what
so
was going on? You
Savannah
thought Kenny
ends
was
up
stalking me over
getting
here.
her
He's
nit
trying to
button
do the
back,
shit
and now
out
she's going to have to get rid of it again, but she's running hot.
Everything is strategy. Everything is educated angles.
It's all a simulation.
Educated angles.
Top pair and a gut shot for Miss Bennett.
Yo, Carlos, what is your jersey name?
Nobody else with that much here. It's going to be a whole lot of folding around the horn.
Just like that.
And yeah, she's going to take it down. She'll get rid of the nit button right then and there.
I was rooting. That was quick. No stress. No stress. No stress. Told you.
No sweat at all.
Yeah.
We change? We switch?
This is what it is.
I'm getting out there.
I'm just dead.
Играем много, да?
I don't even want to top up. Oh, we're swapping?
Вообще играем.
Who's swapping? I don't think we're
Без
swapping.
рабатов давай. Я ебал. А, на микрофон. А то я уже рассказал, что я ебал. Переводят.
Yeah, I gotta hold it so we're all ready to go.
Не забывай, и 7 2. У тебя такой стек, что если кто-то зарейзит, у тебя...
Hello, Nick. What up? It's good to see you, bro. Nick's in the house. Action just went up dramatically. You're the target, so we're all going to attack the shit out of you.
All right, we got Nick back in. We got Harvey back in. We got Tanya back in.
Stratum. 1, 3, 6, 10. 20. Mandatory stratum. Mandatory stratum.
Maybe she wants to be 10.
Nick, your time to shine.
No, I'm not.
Your time to shine.
You can put 160 out though.
Blind 160 from Harvey? Shit, this game's gonna get. Shit.
You would have got rewarded. Yeah, your card protected. Are you missing one of those?
Raise to 100.
These things?
No, the card protector.
I have a whole bunch of them. I left them all over here that last time I was here. I'm
I
still.
got like 4 and I lost and found.
Did you?
They're sitting in my garage.
Please, please, please bring those bad boys back.
Some of them are
Please.
sitting in my garage, some of them have been thrown out by now.
I'm sure, I'm sure. I told the boys to take care of it. They didn't take care of it. Hold on, Harvey's blasting over here. Hold
We
on.
had a double straddle and a triple straddle, looks like.
It's like I got 4 of them.
Wolfgang in for 40. He's going to make the call as Pretty Boys raise it up to 100 with the pocket 10s that have been running good so far tonight.
Yeah, still best here as well. Jack 9 not connecting, but certainly one of those hands where your hand is just like super garbage and you're either just going to like YOLO it with a bluff or just super ditch it. He doesn't have the pre-flop raise though, so it doesn't make a ton of sense to float here. He is going to. And hoping for probably just check, check, turn and gets to lead some rivers and take it away. That's not going to happen.
Wolfgang just does not want to give up on this hand, it seems. He's got some devious plans maybe in mind.
I mean, he did call from the straddle, so he's certainly going to be heavily weighted towards all of these small sort of garbagey cards. But when the Pretty Boys bets flop and turn, you just don't have a ton of depth here. Like, if you're going to call here you don't really give yourself a ton of options like leading river unless it's like a 2, a 4, a 7, maybe an 8. So yeah, he is going to raise now. Makes some sense for sure. His hand just doesn't have any opportunity to improve as far as he's concerned. Gets called very quickly as well. I mean, a jack on the river would just be super savage to go check with that card, but it's going to be a king of diamonds, and Wolfgang is going to have to empty the reserves here and rip the rest of this in to tell the story. And even then, it's like he kind of has a 6 or nothing. I mean, he can have 4-7 for sure, but he just doesn't have any of those cards in his hand. He's going to go for it nonetheless, lines it up, rips it across, and it's down to Harvey and the pretty boys to find the hero call here for 2/3 pot on the end with the pocket tens.
I do not see Harvey folding here. Not an easy call, but I do not see him folding here.
Absolutely.
I mean, this is one of those things where it's like,
Many reasons why we fly out here.
if I fold this, what better hands do I have that I'm calling with? And you say jacks, queens, kings, and aces. Okay, sure. You're going to have those. But if I fold this, then I guess I'm folding 9s and 8s and 7s.
Perfect. Do you ever fold knowing you get to see it, though, with the knit button?
Knit button actually makes me more likely to call. Does he have the knit button? He does, yeah. Makes me more likely to just call and be like, yeah, I'm just not folding 10s here. And he does make the call. Yeah, nice try by Wolfgang, but pocket 10s just a little too good.
Yeah,
And
good
Harvey
call there.
I mean, tricky spot. It's not a small wager, right? I mean, it's a big bet there on the end, all things considered. But yeah, makes the call. Actually, it looks like it was less than what we thought it was on the end. Showed it as 777, I think.
Yeah.
It was supposed to be, as far as what we could see on the screen, it was more like 1,000 for 2/3 pot. 777 was really just half pot, so getting really good odds with the 10s.
And just too strong of a hand. You know, like I was saying, like he folds, he gets to see the hand for free, but, you know, he doesn't want to just see the hand. He wants to win the pot.
Yeah, I mean, the worst thing is when you get to see the hand for relatively cheap fold, but, like, you get shown a bluff and you're like, oh, God, I was getting 3-1 on my money. What the hell was I thinking folding 10s, you know?
That's my pot, damn it.
Yeah.
Yeah,
no,
good
I think you have to call there. Well played by both players. Just kind of, I mean, the Jack-9 maybe you could argue isn't the best combo to go for it with, but certainly that is a board that Wolfgang can represent. So nice try. Nice try. Ace-10-4 two-tone here on the flop. Heads up between Degen Paradise and the Bad Beauty. It is going to be a checky here. 6-9-0 is Super Dust. And still checking. She's not going to attack this. And that's going to be the end of that one. Definitely good to recognize when your hand is just so bad and doesn't interact with the board in any favorable way that, like, yes, it's literally the worst hand you could ever have, but if you bet this one and all of your other bluffing hands, then you're going to be over bluffing, and particularly into that kind of dynamic board with ace high and everything. It's just not really good for you. So it makes a lot of sense to just give it up like the play.
There are those, and look who's got them. The Bad Beauties.
Yeah, pocket 10s have been good for the 8 seat. Let's see if PokerFace Ash can bring it home one more time, and this is a great start. 6-6-4 on the flop.
sixes are hot too. If you got a 6 in your hand, play it.
Does seem that way. We'll show the 10s, get rid of the nit button, and we're down to just what, maybe 3 players with a nit button here. 1, 2, 3, sorry, 4 players still with a nit button, as that is the bomb pot button in the 1 seat, not to be confused with the Nit Game button. If we look at profit and loss here, Tanzania stuck a full trip to Taco Bell, $7 down the drain. This Wolfgang Poker after that bluff there going to be down into the 3K plus range. Looked like 3,600 stuck. So Wolfgang Poker here has taken over the role of the grumpy old men, who's now waking up with ace-queen suited, facing a limp up front. Going to be a raise to $110.
I'll wait for my turn. I won't act out of turn like these two.
Did I act out of turn? I am so sorry, guys. Shit. I am so sorry. It is the worst seat over here.
Oh, okay, yeah, I gotta sit.
Carlos is tired of folding, and he's going to put a substantial chunk of his stack out there, and both players going to flop a heart flush draw.
I was going to ask for it. Didn't have to. Mary put it out there for us. Wow. Neither player with a pair, but both with a flush draw.
And this is sort of an RIP Carlos situation, as I can't imagine he's going to do anything other than check jam it here.
Hopefully life.
There it
With
goes.
638.
Me and Matt have been looking for a house.
Grumpy old man makes the call. Still live to a pair or a running straight is Carlos. We're not going to show cards yet. Both players a little bit sheepish about their flush draw, but it's going to run out clean for the ace high.
Yeah, I got a two-story house. I got a two.
And there you have it. Grumpy old men gonna stack. Team Love sucks, and that right there is going to get them very nearly back to even.
Yeah, what a flop.
It's gone, yeah.
That wasn't going to play out any other way once the call was made pre-flop when that board came out there. And just like that, grumpy old men, not so grumpy.
It does get kind of hot out of it. Just a little bit.
Back in this thing.
Yeah, we'll get another peek at the win-loss before too long, but I think they're only down like 200-300 between them, at least so far on this table. I mean, the kind of fun thing, too, that I wish we had a good way to represent is how the game is going on the other table, right? Because these players are sort of pivoting in and out off of this stack as well as the stack that they're playing between them on the other table. Someone could be up like 6K on the other table and be stuck over on this one, and it looks like they're just super dust, or vice versa, and we'll never know it.
Yeah, and that's what you see in the background there, that table in the background we just saw. Table 9 in our room is where the other players are currently playing against each other.
Pocket kings with a clean flop here. Up against the ace deuce off. Team Love sucks. Carlos here trying to get something going, but this is a quick fold. The dude making himself known once again. Let's go, Kyle. Grumpy old men grinding. Absolutely. They are bringing it back. And Patrice as well, says Wolfgang, sporting his playground poker hat. Montreal represent. Really glad to see you guys here in the chat participating, supporting your team, and letting us know how you feel about what's going on. We would so much appreciate it if you guys would hit the like button, subscribe to the channel, and come back and hang out with us for all of our future broadcasts. Hopefully we'll be doing some more of this sort of fun activity situation here on Tuesday out of Dallas. And we've got the Bad Beauties raising it up over the open from the 7 deuce suited this time. We may see a call and a heads-up pot here if Tanya wants to stick around, or perhaps even go for the 4-bet. See how she wants to play this one.
Yeah, a little incentive here. Got the knit button still. She's trying to get rid of that, and she's got the 7 deuce.
And bingo, just like that, flops middle pair in the best hand. It's a little bit awkward to play out of position with a hand as dusty as 7-2, but she does connect with the board. Gonna be fairly straightforward to continue, given this down bet. A little over 1/3, not quite 1/2 though. She's going to play this as a check raise. Don't hate this either. When your hand sucks this bad, you may as well just try to take it away right now. She gets paid. Let's go, Tanya.
No, she was there, yo. She was not working, but she was there.
7 deuce.
Who got 7 deuce? Oh my Lord.
We got a side conversation over here. They didn't even see it happen.
Didn't even see it.
This is Wolfgang's 25, mine, Wolfgang. Nice hand, Tatiana. Nice hand.
Very nice.
Yeah, very well played.
And I think she's still holding on to the knit button, not realizing she gets to get rid of that too. There you go.
Wow.
With the 7 deuce.
How are we all quiet over here like that was not a big deal?
Yeah, just like that, we're down to 2 players. It's Wolfgang and the Heartbreakers again.
2 and 3.
I think it's been down to them again.
For real.
Or it's been down to them previously, and it's down to them again.
Yeah.
Acknowledge.
Yeah, sounds like Izzy's looking to move to Texas. The Jersey native is going to be maybe moving permanently to Texas, so we'll be seeing him around a lot more, which is always a good thing. And how about this flop?
Yeah. Tatiana here getting rewarded for playing the 7-2 to perfection on the last hand. She's going to flop the boat, which is effectively the joint. She could get somehow counterfeit here, but very unlikely as there's only 1-7 left in the deck.
Party foul.
She bets the flop small, continues betting small here on the turns. Half pot, half pot. Grumpy old men with no choice but to continue, especially picking up what appears to be diamond equity on the turn. And unfortunately for him, going to improve to queens and 7s by the river. The fact that she's still betting, though, of course, raises your eyebrows, and you can see he hates it.
Yeah, he got the full-on eye roll. He hates every bit of that river card. Does she really put 3 barrels out there without having a 6 in her hand?
I mean, he beats 8-9. He beats 5-8. He beats 4-5. You have to call, but yeah, it's like you know that you're just getting wrecked.
Anything with a 7. Huh?
So he makes the call, pays it off. And this happens, right? This happens in poker. And it's one thing that you kind of have to just get used to, especially when you start to get pretty good at the game. You start to read these situations, right? And you're like, oh, this doesn't feel good for me. Even though you have a really strong hand. It's like, yeah, but if you go folding here and not losing, like taking your lumps when you're supposed to take your lumps, it's like you start to get in the mindset of, I can dodge bullets, baby. And you think that you can fold every time that you're supposed to, and you think that you can call every time that you're supposed to, and you get into this weird headspace. And it's like sometimes you just have to lose, man. It's like your hand's too good. Maybe they never bluff, but how do you know until you've played with them enough? Now, I'm definitely not going to say that you can't play with someone enough to recognize that there's one guy or one gal, they literally never bluff, and you can fold. But I don't know. I mean, that spot, you're just paying it off. It just happens. All right, onwards and upwards. 50 bucks in the middle. So goods around a grumpy old men in the straddle. Going to make the call, and heads up we go in a dominated position. Ace-7 versus Jack-7. Neither player connecting with the board. Deuce on the turn. It's a wheel draw now for D-Gen Paradise, who's already best. Checky once again. King of Spades changes nothing. Cody gets in the chat. What is the big red chip they have? Well, there's 2 players with a big red chip remaining. Pay no attention to the big red chip on the rail in the 1 seat. That is the players still in the Nit Game. Basically, it's down to the final 2 players. The last player who has not won a hand is going to have to pay out $25 to everyone else. So basically, Wolfgang there in the 2 seat, the orange hoodie, and over to the Heartbreakers player in the 3 seat. It's one of those two players that's going to need to win a hand before the other in order to not have to pay out the bounty. Hopefully I answered your question. And yeah, we'll see. Right now, 3 seat is vacant. Definitely don't want to miss a hand during this stage of the Nit game. And there he is. Heartbreaker is back.
Nick is back in business.
Yeah, I mean, $25 per player and swinging a $25 win from your opponent is, you know, it's a $225 swing. So it's certainly not an insignificant amount. Now, as soon as your entire stack starts to get risked, that amount begins to be less important. But, I mean, you know, Wolfgang is sitting on somewhere around 1,000. I think the Heartbreaker twins are sitting on somewhere around 1,000. It's, you know, 225 is a lot for these players.
I'm getting married a week, like a little over a week before. So we're gonna do it's a good honeymoon. Honey, this is what I want. Yeah, I'm not gonna. Yeah, I'm not gonna play for hopefully 6-7 days immediately after. Next year. You gonna play this year?
Carlos should get this one through. Get rid of his knit button. Got to feel good.
Then slightly beats my 8 high.
And Aaron, I'm going to put us on camera for a second to show you that there is still love in this world.
Oh my goodness. Valentine's Day, kiss, kiss, cupcake, and a slice of pizza.
I
and
mean,
you've made me a jealous man.
Mallory came through. Oh my Lord. And she brought me a Coke Zero because clearly I care about calories eating a cupcake and 2 pieces of pizza. But God bless
I hope
her.
you. Sorry to interrupt. I hope you roll the cupcake up in the pizza and just eat the whole thing in one bite. That's my only wish for you and your delightful.
Don't share those food porn ideas with some of our folks in the chat because I don't even know where that's going to go. Back to poker, though.
I'm just jealous, man. I don't eat a lot of carbs, but I could smash a piece of pizza right now.
Oh,
Definitely could.
I have a problem. We'll just say that. More than one, actually, but since we're talking about carbs. Jose knows what's up. He says it's called balance. That's right.
All right, Wolfgang here gonna rip it all in for his remaining what shows up as 461. Putting the backpack on as well. We're getting backpack equity here with still, I think, enough time in the stream that he could stick around, but maybe that's the end of the road here. If he doesn't win this, he's gonna bounce. As it stands, Ace-10 suited makes the call.
They talked about it earlier in the tag team. We
Team Love Sucks here apparently on the clock in middle position, thinking about putting the rest of their chips in. Ace-7 suited, a terrible spot to call off with multiple players involved. Actually, I guess I don't know exactly what happened. I guess Team Love Sucks has already folded. Mrs. Bennett is definitely out of there. Oh no, Team Love Sucks made the call, but we're just not getting that updated on the graphics. So three-way effective all in here as the remaining stacks are dust compared to what's in the middle, and it's all diamonds on the flop. Are you kidding me? Oh, my bad. I thought somebody had diamonds. I'm tripping. I am fully tripping.
But a 7 is good so far, I think, for Carlos.
Oh, it was it was Mrs. Bennett that folded the whatever Jack-6 of diamonds. For some reason, I thought somebody had diamonds, but she's out of there. Ace-King is somehow good.
Wolfgang
no diamonds.
doing the smack the booty rodeo dance with the added casting the fish hook. He's brought all the dances out tonight for Valentine's. Looks like he's going to take that backpack off after all.
Yeah, sit back down, Wolfgang, and your neighbor is going to have to pay out the bounties. for the Nit Game. It says on screen there, standing game loss, as further damage going the way of the Heartbreakers. Poker Views, bang! Bang indeed.
Yeah, that is a Wolfgang bang for Team Wolfgang Inc.
Do you have a diamond?
And of course, his team slogan once again is "Big Nuts, Bigger Bangs." Wolfgang Inc. I may or may not have been instructed to say that, but sorry, Mom, if you're listening. That's not my slogan. That's Wolfgang's.
That's where the pizza and the cupcake came from. Okay, all right. Sponsorship dues.
Sir?
How often are the switches? We've been doing 45 minutes and an hour and 15, so it's kind of a little bit staggered as far as bringing the players in and
Sure, we
out.
just had this conversation. I was keeping quiet because I was like,
It's a pretty tough spot there for the Heartbreakers. As they're chipped down and not doing too hot as far as profit and loss here. 9-3 deuce rainbow flop on this one. Connects with no one. Pretty Boys still out in front. Pre-flop raise and the best hand. Continue for 75 and take it down.
And just like that, we got Mr. R.J. Dupree in the booth, fresh off the table. He dealt that second round there, and he's going to join us for this last hour of the stream as Mr. Aaron McAvoy gets to call it a night.
Indeed, I do. What is up, my man? Looking snazzy out there in the white shirt and the red bow tie.
Thank you very much. I was going to come in just jacked and tanned in a bow tie, but I'm not very tan, so I couldn't pull it off.
All right. Well, happy to have you here in the booth, man.
As well.
Yeah, the shoes have gotten a lot more compliments than the bow tie for sure.
gotta beg them.
That's nice. All right, looks like we've got multiple straddles here to start things off, and the grumpy old men gonna limp from the cutoff, as perhaps we've got some card read errors going on this time around. But I'll go ahead and stick around here through the end of this one. Looks like we may be playing a mystery hand for some of these players. And I'll go ahead and get out of the way and let you guys take it away for the last hour. Do want to especially thank everybody for tuning in for this special Valentine's Day edition of TCH Live Tuesday. 1-3 with a mandatory straddle, 7 deuce game on, Nit Game on, tag team partners, red, pink, you name it, all the things going on. It's been super fun, and very much looking forward to more of this fun, quirky stuff going on into the future as we get a squeeze here from the pretty boys. The ace queen.
Honey, where's the
Yeah,
next
it's been a
change?
fun, action-filled night, Aaron. I'm glad to be able to have gotten to join you tonight for this. Pretty ladies on stream, some fun action players as well. Can't forget our dudes. They do get overshadowed a little bit by these beautiful women on the stream. Can't lie there, but it's been a fun one.
Grumpy old men with king 10 suited, going to call in position, and the other king will be out of the way, so heads up we go. Broadway represented, comes ace 10-8, 2 spades, 1 heart. Definitely enough here for both players to feel like continuing and putting more chips in the middle. The pretty boys, though, going to slow it down with a check here. Stack to pot ratio relatively large, so sort of a spot that you would tend to think about trying to get, you know, a sizable amount of chips in, but decides to go for the passive route out of position. Checky once again on the turn, and we're going to get a brick river here. Ace queen still best. Time to go for value, and after missing value on the first 2 streets, but recognizing that your opponent has probably got a hand that can't pay too big of a bet or is just going to snap call you with 2 pair. Still going to go 400 into 534. A little bit on the larger size. I thought maybe half pot was in order, but let's see if Grumpy Old Men will find the hero call here for 80%. It's an uncomfortable facial expression there from this Grumpy Old Man. Doesn't love it, but does still make the call, and max value here for Harvey, the ace-queen. All right, with the $1,300 pot on hand number 86 going the way of Harvey and the Pretty Boys, I'm going to go ahead and take my leave and leave the rest of the evening here to RJ and Eric. You guys have a good one, and thank you to everybody who's tuned in. Enjoy the rest of the evening. Good night, everybody.
Thanks, Aaron. Have a great night, brother.
Good night, Aaron.
Yo, peace out.
The one and only Aaron McAvoy, lead commentator for TCH here. Thank you again for letting us join you, and we are off to our last hour of the stream. Beautiful Miss Mary still in the box dealing. Tag team event has been a success, I would say. We've had a lot of fun tonight, and we've got another hour of it. So let's see if some of these folks can't get unstuck and continue to build on their stacks here. 7 deuce game still on.
Yeah, it was definitely a fun night to be in the box, too.
I bet, man.
You know, I don't do these very often, but it was a fun night to get out there, be in the box, and a little bit festive, not your normal game. It was a little bit smaller than usual, and some 3-bets were taking down a lot of pots, but that's all right, man. It was a lot of fun to be out there with everyone, enjoying the game and taking pictures and piddling around, and it was actually a lot of fun that it was different.
Yeah, everybody's kind of in the Valentine love spirit, just having a good time, having some drinks, eating some pizza, cupcakes.
Yeah, whether anybody loves you or not, it was very festive out there.
I'll grab some in a little bit. Yeah, thank you.
Wolfgang's going to take it down here with the massive 3-bet, I imagine. 3 or 4.
I got the pocket 4s to fold there. Yeah, it's been cool though. We got some, some powerhouse names and just some locals that are kind of local legends here in the room. But a lot of these, players that we have tonight have big social media presence. Obviously, Wolfgang Poker. We got Slick Rick,
PokerMomma.
Slick Rick Poker. We got PokerMomma, and we got PokerFace Ash.
Yeah, social media studs. If you're into following any of the poker stuff on social media, you want to check out all those guys. All those guys and gals, big-time social media poker people. They are on the climb when it comes to being rock stars. Here we have another 3-bet from the blinds with the Pretty Boys.
Haven't seen their holdings yet, though.
3-betting Wolf and the Heartbreakers right here.
Look like a queen 8.
Might as well take it down. And shows the queen 8.
What is it, aces?
Not even close.
7 deuce?
Not even close.
I'm pretty sure you would have showed that one.
It's pretty much a garbage in it.
Yeah, pretty
Pretty garbagey.
Well, I just dominated the 2 best pieces of pizza I've had in a while, and a cupcake. Thank you again to, I think it was Izzy ordering the pizza and bringing in the cupcakes.
Izzy, you the man. Yes, thank you for all of that. I believe he helped put up the decorations and everything to get this party started. So big shout out to Izzy.
Good seeing his face around again, obviously. How was the room tonight at TCH Dallas, though? Looked like it was pretty full. We had the big bounty tournament that was going on aside from our stream tonight in the room.
Yeah, TCH Dallas was hopping out there. That $300 buy-in, once again, usually about 90 players. Today was a little down compared to what it has been. It was in the 70s. But there's still, $2,400 up top for that bad boy. And not bad for a $300 buy-in on a Tuesday night, come out and win a couple grand.
That's right. $300 buy-in and a $100 bounty for each
You
player that you knock
get
out.
it going.
So pretty cool event that we do every Tuesday night here at TCH Dallas.
Pretty Boy's got a hand this time, a little better than the old Queen 8.
Heartbreakers putting their foot down, though, with a fun hand, 10-9 of diamonds.
Wants to see them all, 10-9 of diamonds, or just take it down, which probably is not going to happen here.
Yeah, interesting that Savannah had called the 175 with the big lick offsuit, 69 on Valentine's.
She was looking to get Henri there. Got shot down by the all-in in the small blind.
Nick's pretty live with his diamonds and 10-9.
He's all in for 341.
3-4 queen, 1 diamond. Looking to hit a pair.
That'll
he
do it.
is dead skis. And those cards couldn't go in the mug faster. Nick's looking pretty in pink, but that hand was not. He's going to have to.
Now, I had that 3-seat going for a little bit earlier.
He did.
We had them on the slow, steady grind. They were doing all right.
Nick may have to open up another button or two on that shirt, show a little bit of that chest spaghetti.
Yeah.
If he wants to get things going.
It's Valentine's Day. Show the love.
Valentine's Day. Get that, that Burt Reynolds going.
How does just a pepperoni? Is there pepperoni? Like 2 pepperoni? Or 1?
Looks like Wolfgang's going to tag it up here and get Lucas back in the box with that pretty hat. 9-10's not a bad hand to get it in against a couple of Broadway cards like that, but unfortunately, he did not get an advantageous flop, turn, or river.
Hi, Mr. and Mrs. Bennett actually limped with 8-6 of hearts. Let the Razors in position act, and indeed they do. Raise to 85 from Wolfgang Inc. So we'll see a flop for 85. Open-ended with hearts.
About as good as you can ask for with the 8-6 of hearts against any random holding. Kind of a delayed check there.
A chit-chatty delayed check. See how fast it takes her to put some money in here.
I'd like to see her go for a raise here.
Reaching. Let those threes know what's up. Boo. The hand was so big, I wanted to see more.
I definitely wanted to see, you know, how that ended up going, but threes cannot take that kind of pressure there.
Check raise will be happy to stack that pot.
And she knows that. The only thing that's going to call her is a big pair, ace-queen type of holding. So, way to take it down there, Savannah. And there's our win-loss there. Wolfgang Incorporated down 2.6. Team Love sucks. Not feeling the love tonight either, down 1.4K. Grumpy Old Men's been a roller coaster ride. They're just down a buy-in.
I love the team names. They don't quite fit on our graphics, but the team names are definitely fun.
DJ in Paradise. Gonna raise it up with the ace-4. Heartbreaker's going to try a different suited connector.
Bump it up. It's tough sledding right there in front of Pretty Boys. They will 3 and 4 bet a lot.
Yeah, not just using their position here. They've actually got a premium holding here with the ace-jack suited. Clubs would be a pretty big disaster here for Heartbreakers. Let's see what Mary puts out for us.
2 hearts. DJ in Paradise actually flopping the nut flush draw. Pretty boys. The old nutter gutter and bink.
Boom.
Nutter,
Bingo, bango.
nutter gutter on the turn. A little different than the Wolfgang bang, but it's a bank for pretty boys.
It's a bank for pretty in pink, Mr. Castro.
Still not out of the woods yet, as DJ in Paradise still that flush draw. And of course the move up to chop there with the ace. Very thin value right there, 135 coming from the button and the pretty boys.
Obviously, he's got chop outs as well. And Nick, yeah, you're not good anywhere here.
And Heartbreakers has whiffed. Six of diamonds, no pain. Big old brick.
Brick City. Izzy wisely checks, knowing that Harvey's probably got something here for pretty boys, and of course he does. We know it. He's got the stone cold nuts. He bets 2K. Love it.
A little bit.
Love it.
Yeah, I saw him do that a couple times.
Says, please have a jack here. Just have a jack.
He did that one time when I was dealing to him tonight, and then once when we just stepped in here. Yeah, if he sees value on that river, he's not scared to not worry about what the pot is. He's going to worry about stacks at that point and try to get it.
Convince somebody to get it in bad against him. That's right, Poker Views. Always got to pay homage to Mike Sexton. How goes it up there in Trenton, New Jersey? We're wearing shorts here in Texas.
Man, today was beautiful. Goodness gracious. I was out running around doing some errands, and it was fantastic.
Pocket sevens are being folded as Savannah stepped away from the table for a moment.
Suited ace-9 for the pretty boys. That'll be enough for the standard raise of 30.
A couple of queen tens.
Clubs have been hot in the holdings tonight. Not so much on the board, per se.
Like, look at all those playable hands, and the 8 deuce of spades comes along.
8, 3, 5, 2 clubs. Pretty active here. We could see some club action.
We could. This could get nasty.
Did I see one of the clubs go in the muck?
No, she made the call. Miss Tanya made the call there. Seat 6.
There it is. It's back. Okay. I was worried.
Grumpy Old Men made a call. It's actually going to hit
9.
Top pair.
Going to help out the pretty boys. Grumpy Old Men
does not want to hit 2 pair here.
Doesn't like that. There is out.
Oh. And there will be blood.
There's going to be some club on club violence here.
Club on club violence indeed.
This time he goes for small value, betting 125 into 371 into a much different opponent than what he saw earlier.
She's going to put in a raise to 300 and get the bad news here in a second.
Yeah, I bet he doesn't go for a small one here.
Harvey's got the ace-high flush. No reason to put her on a 4-6 of clubs here. So we're going to go big, I think, here. And he's going to hope she's got a flush.
So we got 670 into this pot, and we all know Harvey can go bigger than pot if he wants. Indeed. That's a 1K disc.
Gotta feel sick to her stomach there after getting raised.
So it looked like 1150, I think, is the total bet here.
Harvey was the pre-flop raiser. Is he just using a naked ace of clubs to try to blow her off her hand, or does he have it?
That's where the position marketing really comes into play. You get to pump those position spots all day long for a spot just like this. Almost marketing for something like this, and she lets it go.
Good fold.
Doesn't want to mess with it. Sniffed it out correctly there.
Wow. Let her know that he had the nuts. Being a true gentleman on Valentine's Day.
Well, he said good fold anyway.
Yeah.
But as we know, it indeed was. Excellent fold there from Tanzania.
I think Izzy said, "Would you have the nuts?" He said, "Yeah, I had it." Nice hand. Could have been a lot more blood. Very solid fold there.
Yeah, can't complain there, right? Club on club violence, and you only lose $300 on the river. Feels like a win. Wolfgang Inc., Big Slick. Going to bump this one up to 20. A lot of people are up from the table right now, so we might have perhaps missed a straddle or whatever. But they'll get it going.
And Lucas with the ace-king, the cowboy hat, like Hank Williams Jr., going to try to get right.
Still got time. We got 43 more minutes.
Raise to 205.
So Lucas of Wolfgang Inc., he'll bump it up again and take down to $74. No flop necessary.
You're on hand 94, almost 100 hands in. Dealer's been doing an excellent job tonight.
Oh, thanks, buddy.
Well, 2 out of 3 of the dealers, please.
Hey, I'm like the 4th favorite commentator on the stream, and I'm probably the 42nd favorite dealer. But, you know, it was fun.
That's not bad.
We had a good time.
We have, what, 100-something dealers?
That's
you know,
right.
So.
Only one can be known as the Disney host in the chat.
Uh-oh. All right.
Hello, poker.
Let's see a little something nasty breakout here as we've got a couple of kings for the Heartbreakers. They're trying to get unstuck. Pretty Boys waking up with the AK special.
And AK just calling here from the low jack. How do they know?
How do they know that it was a good time to slow play their ace-king? King on the flop would be nasty. Case-king one time. Oh.
799. Rainbow flop.
Nick's going to continue. Harvey's like, oh, I got 2 big overs. I'm not going anywhere. Looks like we had a little misread on the board.
Yeah, there's not any 7s out there.
There we go.
Now there's a 7.
So Tanya does have top pair with a jack. Unfortunately,
Okay.
she is way behind.
Well, she has a gutter ball with that 8 as well. A 9 will give her a straight.
Nick's going to make it 70, keeping it kind of small.
Very grindy right here. Trying to grind some small bets out of his opponents. Get some multi-way action. Got a little bump up this time.
Let's see what Nick decides to do here. He's been raised to 200. He's got 735 behind. And he's got a couple of cowboys in his hand. And a very aggressive player raising him. Got to dodge an ace or a queen.
Oh,
And that is a scare card.
Tanzania would have banked that river. So that raise really helped out the Kings.
And Harvey's going to have to go for it all here to get Nick to fold. And he does. He's going to put Nick to the test. And Nick can't put him on the ace-king because Harvey played it so slow pre-flop.
Nick's had to make some tough folds tonight. We'll see if he's tired of it. What he wants to do here. He took a tough middle run out earlier about 3 hours ago. Very similar to this.
600 to win
Calls.
2,000 makes the call. Nice call, Nick. Very nice call. And good try by Harvey.
Yeah, excellent hand. And really, if Nick has some more, if Nick has more chips behind, it probably works. But he's getting into the territory where he's ready to go after something right there. Yeah, you can see that
big,
face.
Yeah, the big exhale there. He's like, I hated it, damn it. But I'm not folding
Yeah.
kings, you son of a gun.
I remember Nick on stream a few months ago, and he was fantastic. Played it outstanding that night.
On the employee tournament,
Yeah.
on the employee stream that we did for Halloween.
Had a super sharp game that night. Like to see him get it going.
Yeah, Nick been around the game a long time and a great floor manager. Got me a gig at this fine establishment.
Bang.
Yeah. Good old New Yorker. I played in a tournament once with his mother, and I knew it was his mama because that accent. Oh, my Lord. They are like two peas in a pod.
Awesome.
Yeah, good woman, and obviously raised a good son.
And they come back with a suited ace on the very next hand, so very playable.
Yeah, what a wild hand that was, because the money could have easily gone in pre-flop.
On any street.
On any street. That could have gone a different way. And, of course, Tanya folds the winner.
Yep.
Couple people connected here. Actually, everybody's got a little something here.
A little something. Pairs for all players. One pair for each.
See if Wolfgang decides to try to take it down here. Of course, this is Mr. Lucas playing for Team Wolfgang. Kyle does not want to see a king hit. That was a good safe brick on the river for Wolfgang Inc.
The good old womp womp deuce.
Nice hand, nice hand. All righty. Nit Game is back on.
Speak to me.
Did they put it back on already? Is that why?
Got about 40 minutes left in the stream. Players still trying to get unstuck here at this table. Of course, their counterparts are playing over at table 9 off in the distance here.
And who knows, they may be stuck over there too.
That's right.
Yeah, those stacks on table 9 are just as juicy as these, so it's a very interesting concept. That's what we're seeing here might be totally different than the other game.
Jeldrick Dahlman in the chat says Harvey's going to be a huge name in poker soon. It seems like he's a great guy. You are dead right about both of those. Harvey's an excellent young man. I'm definitely getting old when I'm starting to call people young man, but he's definitely about half my age, and he is way ahead in poker, and only going to continue to go as far as he chooses to. Obviously, he's just finishing school. He's getting married. He's got a couple of big tournament wins under his belt. He's a cash game crusher, and he's a gentleman. So the sky is the limit for him in poker and in life. And glad to see that people that are watching and paying attention recognize that just in seeing him play.
Indeed, and when I saw that the teammates of Pretty Boys was Slick Rick and Harvey, I felt a little sorry for everybody else. Like, Those two young studs have got it going on.
Yeah,
they
like
do.
Unless they bluff off their
Woo.
stacks, it could go really wrong for the table with those two crushers.
They're super sharp. They do a lot of studying. They are only getting better, and yeah, good looking out right there. These two guys are going to be studs for a long time.
And Kyle, doing his best Teddy KGB impression, says, "I will not be pushed around." He's got that jacket on, looking like Teddy KGB.
Nice little KGB jacket. 550 to go with his suited ace. GTO Wizard says.
The O'Connor household says, "Great check back by Kyle. Lots of love from the family, cuz."
Very nice. Good to see the O'Connor household checking in. I agree with Andy. What a lineup. True. The Wolfgang Inc. in the blender here, 10-9 suited. That nip button intact.
Yeah, hell of a lineup. We've got probably $3 or $4 million in tournament winnings amongst all of these players. Pretty wild.
And they come here today to share the love, piddle around, a little 1-3 crazy action just for you guys here on the stream.
Yeah, John himself has almost $1 million in winnings. Poker Ash and PokerMomma have PokerFace Ash and PokerMomma have about 550 K between them.
Gotta love that pump fake right there. The pump fake and the count out the chips. Trying to test his opponent here with some maneuvering. All right, he'll make the call of 550. We'll go to a flop. Yeah, John and I come from similar neck of the woods, so he and I go way back, and I picked him very early in my poker career as a dude that can rack up some winnings.
All in for Kyle here.
All in.
And he has squadoosh.
Now Wolfgang has landed middle pair, might play with it.
He says, "I got a pair."
Let's go.
Kyle's going to need some help here.
Ace or running hearts.
That is not going to do it. He's going to have an ace. He's going to brick out.
To no avail. A 3K pot.
And be surprised when he sees the 10-9 is what called him, and gets the double up there for Wolfgang Inc. Big nuts and big bangs for Wolfgang.
Bangs middle pair right there and gets the double up in a 3K pot.
Yeah, big bangs almost broke our chair, but I think he saddled back in. Pretty excited about getting the double up there for Team Wolfgang Inc.
Yeah, it's kind of fun to see the players get excited with their teammates.
Yeah, $3,100 pot there.
Don't get to see that every night in poker.
Let's see where they're at now.
This one?
Yeah.
No, this one.
They're just down 720 now after being down 4,000.
Very nearing even with that 3K pot.
And that puts grumpy old men down negative 3K almost, negative 2.8K. Big winner so far, though, is still the Pretty Boys, even after they just doubled up.
Mr. and Mrs. Bennett having a good night, up 1.7. They hit that early two-outer on the sixes, I believe.
Yep.
And then it's been kind of cruising along for them. Slow and steady build-up. They're having a nice night.
The Bad Beauties up about a car payment, about $650.
Yep. Don't want to talk about it.
Yeah.
Gumbo.
You remember the $300 payment?
Yeah, I missed them.
God, I miss those days.
Uh-huh.
99-cent gas and a $300 car payment.
I know.
$88 insurance.
I thought about
Those
paying
are the
off
days.
my car this summer, but I kept playing those stupid bomb pots.
Womp, womp, womp. True degen. Priorities and shit, right?
Uh-huh. We love our bomb pots. It's Valentine's Day.
Looks like we got a three-way here. We had a flop. We can't see the flop.
Nah, it's gone. Somebody won.
Looked like an ace and a queen was out there. Let's see who won
Ace,
that one.
queen, 3.
D-Gen wins 131 bucks. Benham is back in the box, repping that 3-coin hat for Mr. Randy.
Grumpy old man going to jump back in the action here with a suited ace-10.
Yeah, he's back in, bought in for the 1,000. That's the cap for tonight. The Bad Beauty's got the 9-10 of diamonds.
I feel like we've seen that battle before.
Similar for sure. Wow. Not a bad flop for the 9-10 of diamonds or the ace-10. Jack-8 getting a little piece of this. The only one not loving it's the 6 Dewey down there.
It's hard to land 6 Dewey.
I just wish I was 6'2".
Cheers to that. Another club.
Another club, and nobody's holding one.
Another club on the turn. That'll set the speed trap on this hand. Check, check we go. 7 pairs the board on the river. Straight draw couldn't get there. See if grumpy old man goes for value. No, it goes check, check. He'll win in a showdown. 429 is the pot.
Winner for Teddy KGB there.
Nice hand.
Doesn't feel the sting of that last pot, but it's nice to have a little something to stack and get you going again. Still 142 viewers out there. Thank you guys for keeping up with us all night. Make sure you smash subscribe, smash the like button for us. We appreciate all those clicks, and thanks for checking in.
Yeah, I got to ask Kyle. Can't believe when I saw him getting on the stage earlier. Was he trying to rock the Teddy KGB look with that jacket? Because he's.
Or was it accidental?
Yeah. If he was going to play the villain tonight or not. We have a quick redeal there. Somebody was dealt 3 cards. I think they grabbed an extra one. While the dealer was trying to pitch it to the neighbor.
Yeah, I think I had a couple mess ups. That table's so awkward today. I never did feel normal today. It's kind of funky. It's a lot of fun to be out there, but it's definitely abnormal compared to any table you're used to when you're in that box and dealing. So we have a couple hiccups here and there for sure.
We got the $20 double straddle on, and Bad Beauty's going to raise it up with the K5. That's a little GTO.
Let's go.
And the pretty boys waking up with the nuts, right?
7
deuce.
Had some fun 7 deuce hands earlier. So let's see if we can have a little more 7 deuce violence here. It's 2:40 to go.
Couple of GTOs going for it here. Somebody somewhere says you got to raise it up every now and then.
Oh my gosh, 2
with
pairs.
King 5 off, but guess what? You're running to the 7 deuce.
Bottom 2 for 7 deuce on a 10 deuce 7 flop. Pretty boy's going to lead out 180.
She's got to be thinking to herself, he could have 7 deuce because she played it just like this.
It happened.
And smashed it herself.
Yes.
But she's got other plans. She wants to set up a bluff of her own.
Jack of diamonds, not totally setting up a bluff just yet.
A check here would be sick. Oh, there it is. And he is going to induce.
Casey is reaching for chips.
Love this play by Harvey. Nothing to be afraid of. If she has Jack 10, she has Jack 10. He's got 2 pair, and he's going to take this down. He's got her covered. See if he just flats this.
No big chips, right?
He is going to make the move now.
And there goes nothing but the 1K discs. And that'll do it.
And shows the 7 deuce. Gets the extra $200, 25 each from the table. We started out really slow, RJ, before you jumped in the box there. We had 3 7 deuce attempts that had to go into the muck because they faced queens and ace queen.
I did see some of those. That was when I was chilling in the chat.
Okay. And then we saw a couple of them just get folded outright, just couldn't take the heat. And now we're seeing them just get put to the test. And it helps, again, when you flop 2 pair with the worst starting hand in poker, knowing that you're going to get paid already from the table.
Yeah, 7 deuce. Running clean tonight. Either
Running.
queens are in the hand and they fold, or they just flop 2 pair.
Yeah, what a great check there by Harvey, though. Bet the flop, got the call, checked the turn, got her to bet. Would have been interesting if he just flatted there and checked again, if she was going to try to go for the gusto, but he decided, you know what, I'm not going to let her hit a draw if she's on one. I got another $200 coming regardless.
I got $200 more coming, and I have these 3 $1,000 chips.
That's right.
Let's use them.
Well played, Harvey. And another big win for the Pretty Boys. Great turn card here for Benham. Was already in the lead with a king.
I thought that was only possible when you fold.
I did that earlier too, same thing.
I've never actually seen that happen.
Nice hand there. Takes down 171 bucks.
I'm rooting for anyone named DJ in Paradise. I'll tell you that.
We still have how many knit buttons out there? I see 1 from Tanya. I see Carlos, PokerMomma, and John.
It's like the entire right side and the 3 seat. Let's see, not the 7 seat. So
Yeah.
3, 5, 6, 8, 9.
Heartbreaker still has theirs. Okay, gotcha. So still some battling to be done here. Fun hands to play here. Trying to defend and get rid of your net button. The suited trash hands, 6-4, 8-4. Seeing if you can't flop something good. Tatiana actually raised it up. Let's see if she continues to represent that range. She does, and gets Carlos to fold. Shows the 6-4 of diamonds.
Hi, girl Tanya. Excuse me. Now we're there. Had a girl, by the way. Good to see Tanya stacking some chips there in the small blind. Get a little one going.
Handsome Andy not feeling the Patty Mahomes jersey. Sound like a sore loser there, Handsome Andy. Did you have a little bet on San Fran, maybe?
I'm still a little cranky about it myself, Handsome Andy. Had to take the bus to work the last 2 days because I sold my car and put it on the Niners. It wasn't that bad, but still a little cranky.
Yeah, we got a good one brewing here. King, queen suited. Team loves sucks, just flats with the 10s. And grumpy old man wakes up with the AK.
All in.
All in for the
All
10s.
in, Rip City.
Yeah, this is going to confuse Kyle a little bit. He gets called in one spot by Pretty Boys and gets jammed on by somebody who just flatted the original raise.
Yeah, and
He
they're a
says,
little stuck, so they're going to shove theirs in there. And Grumpy Old Man does him a favor there and just throws ace king in the muck.
no gamble, no future.
Or excuse me, I had it backwards.
Here we go.
Yeah. They gave it, it's always right after I win a hand, they put it in right.
I hate it when that happens. No pain.
And tens continue to be one of our hot hands of the night. Carlos gonna get a double up through ace king and Grumpy Old Men.
Good double up for our friends in seat 5. Team Love Sucks. Tens hold again.
Hey, if we break even, I'll be happy. At this point, Billy, I've been running.
Nice hand there. Team Love Sucks and Carlos.
Yeah, cheers to that, Andy.
Team Love Sucks is somehow still down 787 after that one. But nobody down heaps anymore. Everybody's just down a few $100, maybe close to 1,000 a buy-in, which in a game that lasts 5 hours live on stream, being down 1 buy-in is not bad at all. But like we said, Team Pretty Boys is up about 4 buy-ins.
They've been stacking it.
They've been stacking it. And we don't know what's going on the secondary table where their teammates are playing. But here on the live stream, the Pretty Boys are knocking them dead.
3 queen jacks in this hand. Kind of a fun start. It's going to be hard to pick up queen jack on the flop here. See what we got. It's a mystery. Flop of ace, king, king.
Wow.
3 nut, no pairs. Kind of, sort of.
I like it. Bad Beauty's going to bet her diamond draw. Should get rid of her knit button, and she does. Oh, no.
No, almost there.
She showed it before Carlos folded. And he has 8 high and can do nothing with it. Because he sees she's got a diamond draw and him beat.
And 9 high.
And 9 high versus. Uh-oh. Casey, you're forgiven. You didn't know you were holding the nuts there with 9 high diamonds.
As soon as all those queen jacks got out of there, you're golden.
He was like holding his hand like, can I do anything here? I can't because I have 8 high and they're black. And all red cards are on the flop.
And no more knit button in the 8th seat.
So we got seat 3 still has their knit button.
Who said I say that all the time.
Heartbreakers. And seat 9, Mr. and Mrs. Bennett.
5-4 suited on the button. It's a penalty if you don't. Bump it up.
Yes, ma'am.
Ace 8's going to defend the straddle. Hits top pair. A little wary of the 7 deuce being out there. She does have a wheel draw. Going to continue. Just $10 though. He's not going anywhere with top pair.
Man, it's hard to represent 7 deuce.
It's gonna make you earn your money.
It's hard to represent an ace when you don't have one too. Pretty important card there. The ace of diamonds in his hand now that 2 diamonds have hit the board. She is going to continue. This time making a little bigger, quite a bit bigger. $65 this time.
So yeah, very interesting hand here. Definitely looks super strong with that tiny bet on the flop. Now it goes check, check. Ace will take it down.
Yeah, good decision to give up there. She would have had to do something really silly to take that down. And
yep.
Cuts her losses. John Padilla says, can you explain the tag team? So, John, this is the first time we've done this. They decided to do create teams for tonight. So we've got a couple of husband and wife combos and then some friends. There's a table behind this table that's currently playing. They're playing a $1,000 stack on that table. The players that started on this table also started out with a $1,000 stack. And they're just interchanging, every so often. I think it was like every 90 minutes or 30 minutes. Their teammate basically got to come and play on this stream. The stack stayed the same on the table, but yeah, it was definitely something new that we've tried. So they're just basically playing each other's stacks and switching tables. So this is the main feature table that's on the live stream, and there's a secondary table right behind this where they're playing as well. So they have a chance to be a team and win on both tables.
And it's fun to point out that they swapped in and out at different times. So sometimes it was the odd seats, sometimes it was the even seats, sometimes it was 1 through 5, sometimes it was 6 through 9. So they would switch out different times in that all the players would end up getting to play against each other. So you're not just playing in the same lineup the whole time.
Yep. Well, we've got a hand brewing here. King 7 against King Jack and a King High flop with 2 diamonds.
Top 2 for Heartbreakers.
She leads out after a check from Nick, and Nick's going to raise her. Wow, what a turn card for Nick.
How big's your house?
And she's now got 2 pair with a jack kicker. The diamonds are a little scary. She's not going to quit on it just yet. That is an action killer for Nick.
Killer for Nick and then possibly a lifesaver for the beauties.
He's just praying she's got a big, big diamond. She's been upgraded to 2 pair with a queen kicker if he doesn't have a diamond. But we know that that is no good. No bueno, they say.
No bueno.
Just thinking about making a hero call. She got raised on the flop, though. Let's see.
So you're most likely definitely putting Nick on a king at least. So that leaves 1 card to try to figure out.
Yeah, he check raised her on the flop, and that's got to be going through her head here. Even though the diamonds are scary, what is he check raising me with on that flop? And he never slows down.
Yeah, played it pretty strong. Played it fairly face up there.
And he's betting now 275.
The worst thing that check raises you on the flop is probably a flush draw.
Yeah.
With 47 diamonds coming out.
And he bet about a 3rd pot. It just screams, call me.
There we go.
Solid, solid fold.
I thought she'd work her way through that one. Mr. and Mrs. Bennett lost the standing game.
Yes, they did.
The coolest graphic in all of sports.
Yeah. We're going to put your name on the screen real big and let everybody know you just lost $200. Nice hand there, though, for Nick and the Heartbreakers. And Rena, we are sorry to hear that your cruise was canceled just 5 days before the cruise. That is no fun.
How rude.
Hopefully you guys get another opportunity to go on another cruise and have some fun. I saw that cruise recently that got stuck down in Jamaica or somewhere because their boat hit a bridge.
Ooh. Bad driving.
They got stuck for a couple days. Yeah, the waters were really rough and led them right into a bridge. Damaged the boat a little bit.
I agree, Andy. Got to get rid of that nit button. Save the diaper money. He's trying to get it back right here, raising it up with a deuce 4 suited.
Wolfgang Inc. doesn't like that queen 8 of clubbies.
Pretty boys with the Broadway holding as usual.
Yeah, liking the open there by Mr. and Mrs. Bennett with the 4 deuce of diamonds. Unfortunately, they're going to get raised up by the ace jack. And Nick's going to probably want to see a flop here with a couple of 9s. He's out of position, though, against the big stack. And Team Run Good currently, the Pretty Boys.
And, of course, as we've talked about before, if you think you're going set mining, you want that to be about 1/8 of your stack or less.
Not the flop you want to see. Oh. Nick's going to hope he's got ace-king here, and he's going to lead out into him. 2 1/4. Is Harvey going to share the news now, or is he going to wait?
If Harvey thinks Nick has a jack, he's going to share the news now. Okay, just a call.
Just missed the Heartbreakers by 1. He could rep spades here or a straight, but he's going to check it to him.
Nick will check. Any draw that could have called on the turn probably hit something.
Absolutely. If you put him on an ace-king or a spade hand, he got there. Obviously, you're beat by everything else on the board.
Spade comes out, straight card comes out, over comes out.
He's just staring at that 10 going, is that a 9? Did they put a 9 on the river for me? Unfortunately, Nick, that is a 10 ball.
So Harvey goes for pretty good value here, 450. About 1/3 pot.
Nick's going to lay down the 9s. Tough run out there. Got out flopped, and it just never got better for him.
That was a good fucking free bet. Last 2 minutes and 1 bomb pot. Okay.
Couple more hands, and then they're going to do their final bomb pot of the night. 150 of y'all still hanging out with RJ and I here at the TCH live stream coming to you from Dallas, Texas. Tag team event. Hope you've enjoyed it. RJ, I know you did both dealing and now commentating.
I tag team.
There you go. Back again.
Party on, party people. Yeah, I love it.
Yeah, I've had a great time doing this. Second week in a row, we've kind of mixed up from our normal big game live stream we do on Tuesday nights. Had a round of each game last week, this week.
Yeah, and our big game friends, they don't mind the break once in a while.
They don't mind the break.
They're getting to run around the country and do some fun other things as well. And I'm sure they'll be back on a hot Tuesday night soon.
And of course, we'll be reminded in the chat again from Miss Vivi that it's not actually Valentine's Day, that's tomorrow. But
tomorrow,
for those of y'all who may have tuned in and forgotten that tomorrow is Valentine's Day, do not forget your ladies and your gents. Give them flowers, give them some love. Call your mama, tell her you love her. It is a day of love. You should be telling these folks that you love them every day, but tomorrow is the day that you get to recognize these folks. And
not me. I'm all partied out after today.
Yeah, I'm going to call my mom.
I'll call mom.
I'll
of
call
course
my
we
mom.
love mom.
Got a couple of bachelors here in the booth.
Yep.
I want to at least try it once on the stream.
A couple of bachelors here that we still take care of our mama.
Yeah, me neither.
Maybe that explains something.
I kept looking at sevens.
He's going to take this one down. All right, we got a battle here for our last hold'em hand. Couple of spades.
Everybody whiffing on the flop.
First person to breathe on their chips is going to take this down.
Reach. No reach.
Check, check.
Show him that queen.
Show him that queen high, John, and take one down. Get you some more diaper money for those beautiful children of yours. All right, they've got the bomb pot going now. One last reminder about what's coming up. February 20th, 7 days from now, we've got the Leap into Spring Series, over 1.8 million in guarantees. Tons of tournaments, everything from PLO to mystery bounties, big stacks, monster stacks, and a main event that's over $1 million in guaranteed prize money. So, guys, come on out February 20th to March 4th for the Leap into Spring Series. Thank you again for joining us tonight. TCH Dallas live stream. We're here every Tuesday night in Dallas. We've got streams in Austin and in Houston throughout the week as well. Please like and subscribe to our channel and come back and join us for some more poker. And we'll let this bomb pop play out for you.
We will be ready to leap into spring very, very
Amen.
soon. Starting with those fantastic poker tournaments.
Got 2-3-8 on the top board, 7-ace-8 on the bottom. Got a set of Deweys there for Grumpy. He doesn't look real grumpy about it.
Huge crowd here still nearing the end of this stream. Thank you all so very much.
The Bad Beauty has a king high flush draw to go with her pocket kings.
Five, 6, 8, 9. Wolfgang Inc. Kind of a mini wrap on that bottom board.
Quick in the chat, Kyle Frisbee says, what's the commentator's opinion on me taking a tender match on a first date tomorrow? Do it, buddy. What do you have to lose?
Hello.
As long as you verified that she is or he is who they say they are.
Yeah, indeed. Don't get catfish, but it's a perfect date for that. Perfect day.
Kyle's going to check that turn with a set of Deweys. See if any more money's being put out there. He's got a gut shot, too, with the Queen Jack. Let's see what's happening here.
Set of deuces for grumpy old men on the top.
Wolfgang Inc.'s got a wrap there on the bottom with a 5, 6, 8, 9 on that 8, 7 board.
Kings is actually holding the lead on the bottom, but it's going to be tough to know that.
Heck yeah, Kyle in the chat. Take her on a date, show her a good time. Don't have to do anything super special if it's a first date.
Yeah, the only thing you have to worry about for first date tomorrow is just that it may be crowded somewhere. Got to put up with a little bit of a crowd, but other than that, it's a fun day for a first date.
DJ in Paradise going to get there on the bottom board with a straight. The 10-6.
And no club on the top.
Top board's going to break out for Bad Beauties.
No ace-4. Set of deuces. Well, bottom set should hold on top. And 10-6. Only the second nuts on the bottom, not a whole lot on the top. So this should stay fairly mild here. Awful tough to get crazy. If you're just playing schmedium on one board.
Tough to make the call with just bottom set on one board. Homer Tipton and knows what's up, says take her to TCH to play poker.
What up, Homer Tipton? Shout out to my Oklahoma right there. Graduate of my hometown, Mustang High School.
Kyle's going to let this one go. And the Bad Beauties with just one pair. Can she make a call?
Yeah, so now that the set of deuces are gone, she would actually chop here on the top. Interesting conundrum.
Good fold. Benham's going to take one down to finish off our night. Shows him that he had a straight on one board and pretty much nothing on the other. But again, for RJ Dupree and Eric Van Loozen, we're going to sign off.
Which straight?